Good morning and bonjour from Nice. We are back at the ECOP Days 2025. It is now 9 a.m. and we are broadcasting again live from the research vessel Meteor, our floating studio and home base for this unforgettable week at UN Ocean Conference.
A wholehearted bonjour. It's day 2 of ECOP Days and we are back on the helipad with our daily dose of energy connection and ocean inspiration. I'm Ale.
And I'm Marie.
Yesterday was packed. We had, I cracked my 20,000 steps because we were just going back and forth between the ship. Oh, thank you. Yeah, I'm so proud of myself. So we were just going back and forth between the red zone where we are, which is also connected to the blue zone, and then the green zone, just walking around the entire venue. We had side events here aboard. We had the breakfast TV, just a completely packed day. So if you missed it, check it out, checking out in our website. And yes.
So after just one day of UNOC, what's your first impression?
Ooh, it's pretty impressive to see. Yesterday was also a special day because it was the high levels events. And then I think the most impressive thing is to just see how many heads of states and how many country delegations are walking around here, because then you really have, what I see is we read a lot about the news and we know that things are happening, but it's a different thing to just be where things are happening, because then you just see with your own eyes the people who are having the conversations and discussions and making the decisions that eventually we're going to read about, and it's also going to affect our research and the next steps ahead, and of course, at the end of the day, the health of our planet and our oceans. So I think to just be able to witness this with my own eyes, I think this is something that I'm going to carry with me forever.
Yeah, I agree. It's really great to see how people from all parts of the world gathered here, and actually the entire city of Nice is really breathing ocean. It's completely vibrating from the UN Ocean Conference. There are, of course, a lot of police cars cruising through the city and very important high-level people, but also so many research vessels. That's really what's impressing me most, having all these beautiful research vessels in the port of Nice. So we are here on the German one, then we have the one, the French one, right?
Ocean X as well. And also their variety, right? Because we have both state of the art, this one, the Ocean X one, they are all you can really see the level of technology that we have, and at the same time, you have the classic, the tall ships that are at this point, I imagine 100 years old, and it's so interesting because at the same time you can talk about how we've come so far in terms of technology, in the sense of one of the boats here nearby has 2 mini submarines just on the deck, and on the other hand, you can also see the value of, as we also hear from so many of our fellow conference attendees, how sometimes traditional ways, in the case of the sailing ships, also have their value, because at the end of the day, they might not have the same equipment to make the same type of research that a state-of-the-art vessel has, but they are also doing it much more sustainably by just harnessing the power of the wind, which is how humanity traveled around for like thousands of years. So that's also, it's interesting to make these reflections.
And it's really great to be here surrounded by so many people who really share our love for the ocean. So that's
Yes.
really special for me. So before we talk more about research vessels, actually I'm gonna take you on a quick tour of this one, and then we'll be meeting with someone very special who knows this ship inside and out. And that's the captain. But first of all, so here, Ale and I, we are sitting on the helipad where helicopters might land, start, or just winch if there's a security case. Then I think I need to switch mics. Sorry. Here we are again. So as I told you, we're in the old port of Nice, and maybe we can have a quick look here, because then you're gonna see the front deck of the Meteor over here, where all the containers are stored, all the winches, the big crane, and then we have the security port area, as Ale said, the red zone. And right next to us is the French research vessel Thalassa. That's also a real beauty. So we have our French colleagues right next to us, and you might see some French researchers there on board. They're having just as many events as we have here on the Meteor. And then actually I'm gonna take you down, so you're gonna see my chamber, down my cabin, which is on a lower level. So these are stairs which you step. Okay, maybe I'm not gonna take you to the cabin. Let's see what we have here. So this is a very scenic view of Nice, and then here we have our safety boat. So we feel all secure and safe on board of research vessel Meteor. And now let's see. Let's go up again. Here we have the second boat. This is also a very nice view of Nice. You can see the colline du Château. So that's where the old castle is. And the Promenade des Anglais. That's this long way at the beach. And there we already see Rainer Hammacher. He's captain of the research vessel Meteor. Hi Rainer, great to see you. Good morning. So I'm gonna hand over one of the mics to you. Or are you? Okay. So we can hear you better.
Yeah, good morning everybody. We are here now on the bridge of this nice research vessel Meteor. We just can go in.
Wow, usually you can't go into the bridge of a ship because that's your domain, but yeah, it's great to be here. So Rainer Hammacher is master of the ship, captain of the ship, and you have actually been working as a captain for quite some time and across many different countries. I actually spoke to your wife last night, and she told me all about your very international life, also with your kids being so international. So it's really great to be here with you. Can you show us around a bit?
Sure. First of all, I will show you here the main instruments of this vessel. This is a wheel, but this wheel we only use when we will get the pilot, when we want to enter a port, and outside the pilot will come by the pilot boat. He will embark the vessel, and then we have already one AB here to be ready for steering. And then later, when we are just near the berth, we go outside to the starboard wing, because starboard side is always this alongside in the port. And then we switch over from inside to outside. That means the main engine here with the telegraph, the joystick for steering, and then the bow thruster. And the bow thruster, what is here really nice, because a normal bow thruster is moving the fore part of the vessel to port or to starboard, but this bow thruster was modernized in 2006, and you can lower it 1.8 meters, and then it can turn in 360 degrees. And this is important. First, you can move the vessel, it's easier. And we also have now a dynamic position system since 2006. For example, when we have the scientists on board and we will stop the vessel to deploy the instruments, we can switch over when we are on the station to this system, and then it will move the vessel by itself. So it will keep the vessel on the station
autonomously, without you having to stand here all the time.
No, this is only for berthing and unberthing. Okay. And then when we are on the station, we switch over to the aft station.
Oh wow, you really have the nicest view.
Yeah, because first of all, the scientists are working on main deck, and then we can see what they are doing with all the instruments.
Okay.
And this is a computer for the dynamic position.
Oh, yeah, very
so all the signals from the engine, from the gyro, from the bow thruster going in this computer, and we don't only have to observe to watch it.
Okay, should we have a seat? So where's your usual seat? Is it this one?
No.
No, not that one.
This is a seat for the officers, because we have 3 officers. First officers, 1 second officer, and they're always on the watch for 4 hours.
Okay.
So that means the first officer from 4 o'clock in the morning to 8, then the second officer from 8 to 12, and the third officer or second officer from 12 to 4 o'clock, and then it will start again.
But the captain's seat is further up there?
This is in the front. So this is actually my seat.
Okay.
And the officer on watch will take this one.
May I sit here? Am I the officer on watch for today, for just now? Great.
Okay, but I'm normally on the bridge, sure, when we are approaching to a port, and then during the voyage, if there is a situation where the officer said, Captain, you must come on the bridge to help us or to give us some advice and so on.
Okay, so you don't have to stay here all day.
No.
It's just in case of special incidents that you come here. Okay, yeah, feels actually pretty good. They are quite comfortable, those seats.
Yeah, they're nice.
I like them. So first of all, just set us the scene a little. What is it that we need to know about your ship, the research vessel Meteor?
You must know the history, because the name of this vessel has a great tradition in the research history. The Meteor first set sail in 1924 and became famous through the Atlantic expedition from 25 to 27. Then the second Meteor was active from 1964 to 1985, and the present Meteor was built 1986. So next year, this vessel will become 40 years old.
Which is quite old for a research vessel, right?
For a vessel at all, it's old. But this vessel was built in Travemünde, and you can use it for, I think, maybe another 10 years.
Okay, so it's an old lady, but still very robust.
Yeah, it's still in very good condition, because every second years we're going in the shipyard for repairing, for renewing, because, for example, all these instruments, they are normally always up to date. No?
Okay,
And
so nothing here is 40 years old. It's all the
not some parts true, but technically here on the bridge everything is up to date. Yeah.
State of the
No?
art. Okay.
And we are Meteors sailing worldwide. That means we are normally always in the Atlantic Ocean, but also Pacific, Indian, Red Sea, Mediterranean Sea, Baltic Sea, North Sea, and even in the Arctic. And we have been 2017 also in near the Antarctic, from Falkland to Georgia, South Georgia.
Really? But it's not an ice-breaking ship.
It's not an ice-breaking ship, no. But we have been there. That was in February, January, February, and that's for the south. That's summertime for them.
Okay. And I heard it's 96 meters long.
97.5 meters long and 16.5 meters large.
So it gives you enough space for all the research that the marine researchers want to do here.
Yeah, we have enough space. Ne? We can accommodate up to 28 scientists, and then in addition 2 meteorologists.
What does it mean to you to be part of the UN Ocean Conference here in Nice?
Okay, I and my entire crew, they are really proud to take part at this UN Ocean Conference. And the good thing is that you must know that during the 40 years, we have had over 11,800 scientists on board. They were sailing at all over 11,000 days at sea. Wow. And on 40,000, I think 500 stations. Wow. That means where we stopped the vessel and there we employed the instruments. And so we have a lot of research results. And this is important, for the ocean and also for the ecosystem and human life. And we can show these results not only to other international scientists, but also to politicians and even the population.
So it's really all about research on this vessel.
Yeah.
It's a nice ship, of course, and I appreciate all the hospitality here, but
Thanks.
It's really all about research from what I understood.
Yeah.
What's your daily routine like during a scientific expedition?
Okay, the day starts normally in the morning at 7:15 with the breakfast. And then we have daily meeting on the bridge. It will start at 8:30 and there will be the captain, then the chief mate, also Magnus, you know him, the chief engineer, the electronic engineer, the ship's doctor. We also have a ship's doctor on board, and the chief scientists and one of the meteorologists.
So you also have a little hospital here, right?
Sure. Ne? You didn't see the vessel yet, so I have to.
Parts of it, yeah.
Okay, I will show you the vessel later. And okay, before we leaving the port, we have an introduction course for the on-signers, also for the new scientists in the conference room, and I will introduce my entire crew. The chief mate, he will provide them with all the important informations for the daily routine, and the safety officer will give them short introduction for the safety equipment, and he also or she must also show them how to use it in the case of emergency. So before we sailing or just after sailing, you must do it between 24 hours. We have also a safety drill, and that everybody, they must know the general alarm and also the abandoned ship alarm, and they will meet on the muster station that's on the main deck, equipped with a safety vest, and and then they also must show, or they must know which rescue boat they have to use in case we have to abandon the vessel.
So you make sure that everyone is safe and sound on your ship.
Exactly.
Is there any story from your time at sea that you will never forget?
Oh yeah, when I used to work over 10 years on a heavy lift vessel. A heavy lift vessel is a kind of a general cargo vessel, but they carrying a lot of just heavy things. And we had to sail to the Red Sea and pass the Gulf of Aden. And during 2009, maybe you remember, there was a lot of piracy attacks along the Somalia coast.
Yeah.
And in the morning, just after breakfast, I was on the bridge, the bosun came on the bridge and said, wow, there are two speedboats approaching to our vessel, and it seems that there will be a piracy attack. But we couldn't see the speedboats, not directly, because the weather was not quite so good. Of
But
course,
you had them on the radar.
yeah, we had some, yeah, but you know, they are small, so you have only a little signal.
Yeah.
But he could see them like this, and they really came fast to the vessel. So in this moment, I had to make a fast decision. And on the heavy lift vessel, for the stability, but all vessels have this, you have ballast tanks. And as we had we have been empty, you know, and due to that reason, we have to fill the ballast tanks with water. So they have been full. And I told the chief ink, now you make an overflow with the tanks, and all the water that came out of the swan necks, which are installed on the deck. So we had an overflow, and all the water came outside. So it was like Niagara Falls, and they couldn't come alongside because then directly they would sink.
That's
So
really
so they went off, but then they hijacked another vessel just beside us.
Oh no.
Yeah.
But you managed to at least save your ship.
Yeah. And then, you know, when I told my shipping company the story, they gave the order to all vessels passing the Red Sea to do this.
Oh wow. Okay, Rainer, thank you so much for these interesting insights in the life of a captain and also in your beautiful ship, the research vessel Meteor. It's been a pleasure.
You're welcome.
It's great to have you here. Thank you so much for hosting ECOP Days 2025. And now back to you, Ale.
Thank you.
So we're back here at the helipad. I am joined by three wonderful guests. Welcome aboard. Ziggy Gruber, Joel Habib, and Annabelle van Jakowski. Could you introduce yourselves a bit?
Yeah, hi everyone. Welcome aboard the Meteor. Thanks for having me. I'm one of the coordinators for the ECOP Germany, Austria, and Switzerland program, and I also co-lead the Blue Capacity Development Project. So we do trainings for ECOPs around the world.
Thank you. Good morning. I'm Siggy Gruber. Sorry for my voice, but I have a cold. I am a retired European Commission official, but still working as a so-called active senior advisor. And I work a lot and enjoy actually the work with ECOPs.
Hi, I'm Joelle. I'm a postdoc in France, and during the Congress, like last week, I was an ECOP insider. So I was partner. I had a journalist partner, and we were covering the One Ocean Science and my own language, which is Arabic.
Wonderful, wonderful. So I would say, let's start with a quick recap of what was your experience last year in Barcelona, and what are some say highlights that you still remember from that conference? Would you like to?
Okay. Yeah, I was as more of a scientist in Barcelona last week, and here I'm now kind of advanced to like one of the ECOP representatives, which is really amazing. I think in Barcelona was really kind of the kickstart for a lot of the ocean decade and the policy and all the things that come with it. And it's really only propelled to us to the point that we're here today. And yeah, it's just really amazing to see how, especially the community of early career people has come together. And there's now over 7,000 people in our network, and it's I think we're a force to be reckoned with.
I think you can definitively say that you're recognized now, but it still takes time, because if I look at the different opening panels, there was no representation of early career scientists. So I think we still have some long time to go. But Barcelona was, as you said, it was the kickstart. It was a big mobilization of the scientists really to have their voice heard when it comes to policymaking. So Barcelona was very important because it also, I think, delivered many key messages which we can see now included in the outcomes of the policy discussions here.
Okay, so we're just talking now before we went live about the differences between Barcelona and what we're doing right now, like the UNOC tree and also the events just last week and now during the weekend. Could you explain a little about that, about what Barcelona was about? You just told us, but then like that last year was, is it science focus? Is it policy focus?
Yes, thank you. Barcelona was the decade, as we call it in our abbreviations. It was the Ocean Decade event. It was a big science event. It was a kind of midterm, and we wanted really all to come together, discuss, and take things forward, as I said before. But this is the UNOC, the UN, the United Nations for the Ocean event, third one. 3 years ago, there was the one in Lisbon. But the novelty this time here is that it has different pillars. And that is interesting because it has a science pillar. And that was last week with our Ocean Science Congress, which saw really a fantastic as well turnout with 2,000 scientists and also a manifesto and recommendations which were delivered to the policymakers. Now, on Saturday and Sunday, there was the big event in Monaco, the SBEF. It was the, what was it? Sustainable Blue Economy Financing Summit or Forum, where investors, scientists, but mostly investors and funders came together to discuss one of the really, I think, key issues. Whatever the deliberations of the scientists are, and whatever the recommendations of the policymakers will be, if there isn't enough funding, it cannot be implemented. So this interconnection with the different big events now, I think this is a fantastic novelty.
So like last week, then you were present, right? Could you also tell us about your experience there?
Yeah, so I was very happy to kind of co-host a panel with the ECOP program, and we talked about the barriers that a lot of ECOPs had also coming to the conference. Similar to Barcelona, also there was also again a lot of visa issues, things that I have the privilege to not think about maybe as much, having the conference in Europe twice after each other. So there was, for example, one ECOP from South Africa who mentioned that not only did she have to pay the large sum for the visa itself, but she also had to show them that she had a certain amount of money in her bank account. Or if you think about other ECOPs who, when they apply for a visa, they're told, well, we don't know if we should give you the visa because maybe you're not going to come back, or things like that. I think it's really heartbreaking to hear, especially because we need diversity in science, we need inclusion, and it's the only path forward to have representatives from other countries and an international community at such events.
Yeah, that is one of the bigger challenges for those who are. I mean, it is a worldwide organization. Like at the end of the day, we're just Maria and I were talking here. She posed me a little quiz yesterday. One of the questions was how much of the Earth is covered by water, and at the end of the day, it's like 2/3 of the planet. So of course, it's a worldwide issue, and if the events happen here, it also means that people from the other side of the world needs to come here, and that poses just the very fact of being present here is already like a challenge. So it's important that we highlight these issues. Would you also like?
So as I said last week, I was an ECOP insider, so I had the privilege to go talk to scientists, to different type of people who are really interested in the ocean. So for me, this was the first time where I see young people, I see with my own eyes, young people driven, they want to protect the ocean. It was really inspiring. But because I was supposed to speak in Arabic, I was really interested in seeing the Arab community. And what I noticed is there weren't a lot of people from my community, and I didn't find anyone that was really representing me, like someone to look up to, like I want to become that person. So I only met 3 incredible early career women, and I hope that someday they will be the role model for the other people like me. um, so I think what's really important is including everyone, like having scientists, policymakers from all the countries to feel represented.
Can I comment on that? I have a slightly different, just a different angle, because I think this time around, particularly for last week's event, if you look at the statistics, it's almost 40% of early career scientists who participated, which is the first time ever, I can guarantee you that. And when we conceived and when we had the discussions to prepare for our Ocean Science Congress, one of the decisions taken early on was to include in all panel discussions an early career scientist. So I think I myself was very proud that this slowly, this environment which is needed really to allow that young people can use their voice, their position to learn, to network, is so important. But I fully agree with what you said. One big issue is access to the grants to come here and the visa issues. So that, I think, there you have to continue to battle for that. Because I do as well. I raise these issues all the time. But I think we need to go really together. And that's why I also have launched this big new let's go together, let's do intergenerational dialogues, let's work together, so that you are not in your silo, because you are fantastically organized, but you also need then to connect with older people, professionals, which can open you the doors.
Yeah, that's the spirit behind ECOPs and also V.ECOP Days. V.ECOP, and of course, we were talking about the differences between the conferences, but in a way, they're also interconnected in the sense that we are all talking about the ocean and ocean health. Could you talk about what do you wish then? So we talked about how that was done in the last conferences and what we went over last weekend, over the weekend. What you wish from this conference, from the political side, yeah, and what would you like, say, at the end of the week to see as a result from here?
I think political action is happening. I mean, the German environmental minister was here yesterday, listening to NGOs, listening to the voices, hearing what they have to say. It's of course a slow process. We don't have a lot of time, unfortunately, but you know, it is starting to happen, and I think politicians are starting to recognize that science and scientific evidence or indigenous evidence and stories are the only path forward, and they have to work with what is being given to them. So, I mean, faster could be great, but it's a slow process. I'm sure Ziggy can say a lot about that.
Well, yesterday was a big day of announcement. If you have listened in the opening, and now I'm putting on my AU hat, the European Ocean Pact as the first now strategy. It's not the first one, but it's a slightly different strategy, which encompasses many different parts. But what the President Ursula von der Leyen also announced is $1 billion funding for research. And not for research, for the Ocean Pact and for research, of course, yes. So I think that is something really substantial. And also President Macron announced several big initiatives. If we pull them all together, I think there is now a totally different environment or a different message and a different drive really to make things happen, to implement them. So I am very positive because when I look back 15 years ago, the ocean was not at all a subject of political discussions. Now finally it is. It climbed up the ladder, like here.
I want to just add something like very quick. I think the only it's really nice, like everything that is being done, but what I really feel is missing is that young people usually are invited to speak or to observe, and they're never invited to decide, like to participate in the decision, like really. So I also think that part of the change is to actually include like representative from the ECOPs or young people in the decision making. I think that's what like I feel is missing.
I
Perfect. Thank you very much for your presence here. It was wonderful having you as guests here aboard the Meteor. Yeah, I mean, I think all I can say is I'll keep doing the wonderful work that you're already doing. And yes, definitely see you around.
Good luck to all of you. Become all big, really advocates or politicians to promote the oceans. In addition, of course, to your science careers.
Thank
Wonderful.
you so
Thank
much.
you.
Oh, thank you. Thanks for being our guests here. It was fantastic to have you. Thank you. Thank you. So, Ale, now we are being joined by someone from the German Federal Ministry for the Environment, Anne Freiberger. And yeah, I hand over to you, Ale.
Hi, Anna. Good morning. Oh, can you give me my phone there where I have my notes? Thank you very much. Anna, I think I'm just gonna jump right into it. Could you tell us what are the steps needed to bring this agreement to life?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for having me in the shadow. Yeah, thanks.
Come here. There's a little less
So
sun here.
yeah, we had a really successful day yesterday. So 50 parties have already signed the BBNJ treaty. So we just need 10 more to go, and then it enters into force after 4 months. And then we will have the first COP, hopefully next year. And you know, the Conference of Parties, it's really famous from the climate regime, and it will just be the same for high seas protection.
Yeah, it was definitely like a key. I was following. Of course, we were very busy yesterday with all what we were doing, but I saw that we are. Is that right? That we are almost at a key number of signatures on it.
Yes, we have over 100 signatures, and 50 states have already signed it, ratified it. And when we have 60 ratification, then that's the key.
Oh, wonderful! Great news. What's one policy lever that you can pull now to boost ocean protection?
You know, the BBNJ agreement, it gives us the tool to implement marine protected areas in the high seas. And I think I would also focus on marine protected areas now, because you know we have the target to reach 30 by 30, which means we want to protect 30% of the ocean until 2030. And a lot of states, they've already done a good job, like number-wise, but we could all really enhance the quality of the marine protected areas, make it more efficient. I think that would be important. It involves a lot of stakeholders, from shipping to fishing to renewable energy.
May I just ask you one question? By 2030, what single benchmark would tell you that we are truly turning the tide on marine biodiversity protection?
Yeah, that's a good question. I think if we reach this goal, we really have to speed up, because now we're under 10% of our marine areas being protected. So we have a long way to go with now 2025. So yeah, we really need to see ambition in the next 5 years.
what you talked about being making it more efficient. How would you define making it more efficient?
Yeah, it's really quite technical on the management level. You need to have a look what kind of human activities are still allowed, because marine protected areas, it's not the same. Like it can really mean a lot of different things regarding the level of protection. And I think small changes make a huge difference, but it really depends on the ecosystem. So I guess like case studies and best practices are really important.
Okay. And how do you ensure ECOPs' involvement in this implementation process? I mean, keeping in mind we are a program from ECOPs by ECOPs, so from that, from both in the direct relation to this, and also thinking more broadly, because ECOPs can both be scientists and also like from other different areas, from law, as in my case, from communication. How do you think we ensure our involvement in this?
Yeah, I think what you're doing here is a really good example. Just talk to policy officers, talk to delegations. I think there are some formats or best practices that have already started. I think NGOs are doing a good job in bringing also young voices in their delegations and making sure you can connect with the policymakers. But I agree that there's more room to maneuver. We can really get more of these like stakeholder interactions.
Wonderful.
Okay, so thank you very much, Anne. Thanks for joining us today on the helipad of the Meteor. And next, I'm going to introduce two of our guests, and they're still chatting on the helipad. Maybe you can advise. Thank you, Anne.
Thank you.
And our next two guests are Sandra Saaf from Euro Ocean, which is an NGO that provides information on science and technology about the ocean. And I have Luis Pinheiro. Luis, you're a professor in marine science, and you're the Portuguese delegate to IUC UNESCO. And I'm going to hand over for you to the Mario Rubio Memorial Lecture Award ceremony. So the floor is yours. Great to have you here. Maybe you want to sit over here because there's the sun a little. I'm going to give you my shady place here.
Thank you.
There you go. Pleasure to have you here, Sandra.
Thank you for having us.
If that's okay for you.
Oh, it's fine.
Next to you. Okay, so over to you, Sandra.
We will start with the video, I believe.
Mario Rubio was a man who dedicated his life to understanding the ocean and its relationship with humanity. Born in 1927 in Campo Maior, Portugal, he graduated in biology from the University of Lisbon, later specializing in biological oceanography and resource management at Sorbonne's laboratory at Aragon. He was one of the first divers to explore the deep waters of Portugal in the bathyscaphe FNRS 3. Despite his opposition to the Portuguese regime, he was appointed Vice Director of Portugal's Marine Biology Institute. In 1961, due to the political circumstances, he went to Rome, where he became Director of the Division of Aquatic Resources and Environment at the Food and Agriculture Organization. Following the Carnation Revolution in 1974, he returned to Portugal. He became a key player in the reform of the fishing industry and marine research, and a member of successive provisional governments. He also chaired the Portuguese delegation at the Third United Nations Conference on the Law of the Sea. 1980, he joined UNESCO as the Executive Secretary of the Intergovernmental Oceanographic Commission, later becoming the President of the Portuguese Committee for the IOC until 2017. Mario Ruivo played a significant role in the Expo 98, where he was a significant advisor. He was also a driving force behind the International Year of the Ocean in 1998 and coordinated the Independent World Commission on the Oceans chaired by Mario Soares. He believed in the importance of scientific literacy and public engagement. He founded and chaired the Permanent Forum for Marine Affairs, advocating for sustainable and responsible governance of the ocean. Mario Ruivo was a man who never stopped pushing boundaries, envisioning the future and building strong relationships. He believed in what he called useful utopias.
Como biólogo, interessei-me fundamentalmente por perceber o bicho-homem. Essa é a quintessência daquilo que procuro.
Mario Ruivo always persevered against all odds to keep the boat afloat.
Okay, well, good morning to everyone, and it's a pleasure and an honor to be here talking about the Mario Ruivo second memorial lecture. So this is one of the events that we have at the IOC, which is a joint event between Portugal, the Euroocean, and also the IOC. And the main thing is that we want to celebrate the past of Mario Ruivo. Mario Ruivo was a pioneer in defending the ocean, in ocean conservation, in looking at sustainable fisheries. He was one of the most charismatic executive secretaries of the IOC. He also did a wonderful job in FAO, and he was one of the people that were always fighting for the how to conserve the marine environment. And on this sense, he always believed that the transformation of society needs to be done with the youth. So it's the young generations that are critical to make transformative change. And therefore, when we decided to create this Mario Ruivo Memorial Lecture, the idea was exactly to give it to an ECOP, so someone in an early career devoted to the ocean, but that would have a transformative impact. So something that would be useful for society, something that could be replicable, and therefore we would open it worldwide. And in the first session we have already had many countries applying, many young people with wonderful projects, and this year, same as you will see, we have some wonderful projects coming in as well. Thank you so much.
So for me, it is a true honor to be here on this amazing setting as we come together to celebrate the next wave of ocean leaders. It's a powerful expression of our shared commitment to advancing science we need for the ocean we want. This is also very special for Euroocean, as we announced the laureate of the Mario Ruivo Prize today. An award, as Luís mentioned, that honors the legacy of a truly visionary of the ocean. Professor Mario Ruivo was not only a marine biologist and a policy leader, he was also a founder of Euroocean and a tireless promoter of cooperation between science and society. What it perhaps is less known about him is deeply felt by those who knew him, is that Professor Mario Ruivo was also a lifelong mentor and supporter of young people, often saying that empowering the next generation was the surest way to protect the ocean's future. Long before we called ECOPs, he was investing in their ideas, championing their causes, and encouraging them to challenge the status quo. And so, the Professor Mario Ruivo Prize recognizes the early career individuals or teams who are turning these ideals into action. Through science excellence, meaningful engagement with communities, and a clear contribution to sustainability. Today I'm proud to announce that the 2025 Mário Ruivo Prize is awarded to Vânia Batista for her outstanding project Little Fish. Vânia is an early career ocean professional working with a team of young professionals to promote the sustainability in São Tomé and Príncipe small-scale fisheries. Her project combines rigorous scientific research with deep community engagement, capacity building, and ocean literacy, all anchored in local realities and needs. The selection committee was unanimous in recognizing the project's scientific excellence, social impact, potential for scalability, and its alignment with Professor Mário Ruivo's enduring legacy. It shows how young leaders can make transformative difference locally and globally. As part of the prize, Vânia will deliver a Mário Ruivo Memorial Lecture at the IOC UNESCO General Assembly in Paris on the 30th of June. This lecture is an initiative endorsed by the UN Ocean Decade and promoted by IOC UNESCO, Euroocean, and the Portuguese government. It offers an international platform to highlight visionary work from emerging leaders who carry forward Professor Mário Ruivo's commitment to bring in science, policy, and society. I take the opportunity to reaffirm Euroocean's full commitment to supporting ECOPs through visibility, mentoring, and platforms for impact. We believe that the future of the ocean sustainability depends on empowering people who are ready to build it. To Vânia, congratulations. You truly embodied the spirit of the Professor Mário Ruivo. And to all of you, thank you for walking this path with us. Let us continue to connect knowledge, people, and action across generations and across the ocean. So now we will see a short video of the work performed by Vânia in São Tomé. Thank you.
I am Vânia Batista, researcher from Center of Marine Sciences, University of Algarve, and principal investigator of the Little Fish project. The main objective of the project is to increase the knowledge of peixinho, or little fish, in São Tomé and Príncipe, directly used as fishing resource. This project intends to make the peixinho case study an example for other fisheries with threatened goby fry in many tropical islands. The peixinho corresponds to a group of species caught in the mouth of the rivers during post-larval phase and includes at least 4 species endemic for the region. And there is no published information about biology, ecology, and fisheries, and they are called amphidermal species due to their interesting life cycle. That is, the adults live upstream in the river, larvae migrate with the river flow to the sea, where they stay for months to feed and grow. After that, they come back to the rivers, where they need to climb waterfalls to reach the adults' habitats. Why is peixinho so important? When they enter in the rivers, still as post-larvae or juveniles, they are caught by local communities without any control, catching as much as they can. It is called goby-fly fisheries, common in other tropical islands. They use traditional gears such as the changá and mosquito nets, and even clothes. Peixinho is very consumed by locals, being one of the most traditional dishes in São Tomé Island. The Little Fish project has a huge transformative potential by studying an important fishing resource for local communities and looking for new sustainable income alternatives for this fishery. It is also focused on local development needs from communities to academia. It included workshops and knowledge sharing. This project was designed and led by a young professional and includes different generations of humans in the research team, as well as from local communities, and with effective contributions to improve quality of life and reducing inequality of opportunities by working with universities, NGOs, and governments from different countries and communities. This project has used multidisciplinary and multinational teams. Thus, this project has contributed to the sustainable management, protection, and conservation of coastal nursery habitats by using a multidisciplinary approach. And this project values a lot the local communities, their lives, and knowledge. The knowledge exchange with community has been fundamental for the success of the Little Fish project. We are working together with local communities for the development and sustainability of local communities. Thank you very much.
So congrats, Vanya. I'm sure you're out there watching us. What an inspiring start of this day of day 2 of UNOC 3. Before we go, let's highlight what's ahead today.
We have a few ocean action panels at UNOC 3. Today's global live stream from the H20 conference in Halifax, and today's training session on community-based research. So stay tuned. Check out our website at V.ECOP.net for more information. And back already next to our first ocean action panel of the day.
Exactly. So have fun today, and we'll see you again tomorrow morning here from 9 to 10 Central European time in this ECOP Breakfast Corner. And now we're handing over to the moderators of Ocean Action Panel 5, Padma, Shri, and Alan. Enjoy the sessions ahead and keep sharing your voices, ideas, and energy for the ocean. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good morning, everyone, and thank you for joining us today. My name is Alan. I'm from New Caledonia, and it's a small archipelago in the Pacific. I've been working for research in private, and I'll be moderating this session along with Padma Shri. How are you, Padma Shri, today?
I'm doing well, Alan. Thank you.
So before we start, perhaps we can use a bit of time to thank our sponsor, because they are the one who make this event possible. So this includes the German Marine Research Consortium, KDM, in cooperation with the Global ECOP Program, IOC, UNESCO, NEOPAR, DM, the German Federal Ministry of Research, Technology and Space. And also this event is co-funded by the European Union. So before we start, perhaps we will play a little video before we start introducing our speaker, but also introducing this Ocean Action Panel 6, which is about Ocean Action Panel 5, fostering sustainable fisheries management, including supporting small-scale fishers. This is the topic we're gonna talk about in a few minutes, and we are pleased to have three different guests today who will be joining us anytime soon. But perhaps we can share a quick video with our audience, and then I will let Padma Shri introduce our speaker.
Hello, my name is Abby Alela from Kenya, and I will be your host during the V.ECOP Days, an endorsed satellite event during the UN Decade Conference that runs from the 9th to the 11th of April 2024. My testimony of change is enhanced capacity development towards ocean literacy, and through this, I have established an organization called Blue Echo Associates that shares opportunities towards building ocean literacy for sustainable development. Thank you.
Bula Vinaka, my name is Denzel Atamururava and I'm from the Fiji Islands in the South Pacific. Climate change-induced impacts such as sea level rise threaten my island home. As a maritime nation, we're deeply connected to the ocean that sustains our livelihoods, our cultures, and our ecosystem. My testimony of change is one that unfolded like a tide. From marine science to climate advocacy, I help to influence policies that contribute to UN Ocean Decade goals such as the protection and restoration of ecosystems and biodiversity. I stand as an ambassador pledging change for our shared blue planet.
Hey guys, my name is Alfie and I'm from Banyak Island, Indonesia. I'm one of the hosts at V.ECOP Days 2024, an endorsed satellite event during Ocean Decade Conference this April from 9 to 11, 2024. And my testimony of change is that when I can see a positive impact in my community from what is initiated. As what I believe is that everyone has a right to better life, especially for those who are underrepresented community, economically and academically. And I can't wait to see you guys in our conference. Bye-bye.
So before starting this introduction, we wanted to share a quick video, as you just saw, about testimonies of change. The three people you've just seen were 2024 V.ECOP moderators and us. And so we thought sharing this video could be a good way to begin our session with and also like bridge last year event and today's and this year event. It highlights the continuous work that has been done since last year. It also reminds us that the V.ECOP is just an amazing platform for all of us as ECOPs to not only share about the work we do, but also to learn from peers and this year to be part of the UNOC. So I think it's just an amazing opportunity for us as moderators, but also as contributors. So in this video, we've seen people from different countries, background, and culture, and in today's session, we will have not only three experts that will be sharing their work. It's way more than that. Actually, we will have three different countries, three different continents, and this doesn't include us as moderators, but also our audience, which I believe are joining us from around the world. So feel free in the audience room to say hi and say where you joining us from. And now it's time for us to perhaps introduce the first Ocean Action Panel topic. And I'm gonna let Hadir just continue introducing this session. Thank you.
Well, we welcome you all to the OAP. The topic is fostering sustainable fisheries management, including supporting small-scale fishers. In this session, we have three speakers. We'll be looking at the vital role of fisheries, sustainable fisheries management, and they would also be giving us the major lessons they learned from their experiences. We could probably get into the introductions of this.
So yeah, today's session is about fostering sustainable fisheries management, including supporting small-scale fishers. And so why is it important? Because fisheries play a vital role in the global food security and also for poverty alleviation and economic development. The marine captive fisheries production reaches 78.3 million tons in 2023. However, the fisheries sector faces significant challenges, including illegal fishing, managing climate change, and the need to promote and adapt sustainable practices. To address these challenges and promote sustainable fisheries management, there's a need for a comprehensive and collaborative approach. And that's why we are here today, and that's why the UNOC 3 is happening. And this includes strengthening international, regional, national governments, improving data and information system, but also encouraging participatory and inclusive decision-making process. This solution aims to support the achievement of SDG 14 and ensure the long-term sustainability of fisheries. We are still waiting for our contributors who hopefully will join us anytime soon, and we can potentially move to the next part of this session that will be about hearing about our amazing contributors. So hopefully they will be here soon. In the meantime, perhaps we could share the next video we were planning to share during this session. It is called "What's Your Relationship to the Ocean?" And hopefully by the end of this video, our guest will be here with us.
Welcome to all the visionary entrepreneurs joining us from every corner of the globe. I'm Eric Markowitz, founder of Hero Business Coaching, and it's my pleasure to accompany you on this transformative journey as part of the virtual early career Ocean Professional Days, an integral part of the UN Decade for Ocean Science for Sustainable Development. With over 2 decades as a business coach and consultant supporting startups in practically every industry, in this segment, I wanted to bring you insights and strategies to elevate your innovative ideas into thriving ventures. I love working with startups. It's one of the most rewarding work that I do as a business coach. Now, I won't be able to tell you everything as you venture out as an entrepreneur, as sometimes I work with startups for over a year, but I wanted to get you started with some of the basics. So let's take a look. Starting your own business is a thrilling adventure that requires preparation, knowledge, and a mindset that is ready to tackle any challenge and seize every opportunity. Today we'll embark on this entrepreneurial journey together, from the spark of your initial idea to the grand launch of your business. But remember, entrepreneurship is more than just launching a business. It's about igniting innovation and driving progress. With determination and the right tools, we'll start this journey to transform your dreams into impactful realities. So let's get ready to dive into the world of business creation and growth. I'm excited to see where this journey takes us. Let's begin. Every groundbreaking venture starts with a spark, an idea. In the realm of entrepreneurship, ideation is the alchemy where creativity fuses with the purpose. It's about crafting solutions that ignite your passion and meet the pressing needs of your customer. Reflect on the challenges you witnessed. Ask yourself, what innovative solutions can I bring to the table? But remember, an idea, no matter how inspired, is just a seed. Validation is the sunlight that nurtures it. This critical phase tests whether there's a solid foundation for your concept. Will it resonate with your audience? To find out, engage with your community, potential customers, fellow researchers, even advocates for ocean health. Their insights will be a beacon that steers your idea towards genuine demand. Embrace a variety of methods to validate your idea. You can host workshops, delve into online forums, or even develop a prototype, your MVP, minimum viable product, and put it to the test. The goal is to move beyond assumptions and ground your venture in reality. Remember, the journey of an entrepreneur is iterative, much like the scientific method. If validation indicates a need for adjustment, see that as an opportunity for refinement, not a setback. Remember Edison, who's often quoted about the light bulb saying, "I haven't failed, I've just found 10,000 ways it won't work." Iterate on your idea with the feedback you receive, refining it until it aligns perfectly with your market's demands. Successful ventures are created out of not just our passions, but our ability to address the real and meaningful problems that face our communities and our oceans. Your role as an ocean professional puts you in a unique position to create waves of change. Let's harness that potential effectively. Now that you have a clear vision crafted from ideation and validation, it's time to delve into the landscape of your market. Market research is the investigative journey that uncovers the terrain you're venturing into, mapping out the needs, preferences, and behaviors of your target audience, or better known as your ideal customer, and also scoping out your competition. Understanding your audience is about immersing yourself in their world. Who are they? What's missing from their toolkit? Your task is to gather their intel as much as possible through interviews, surveys, and data analysis. This should paint a clear picture of the marketplace. But it's not just about the community that will benefit from your innovation. It's also essential to understand your competitors. What are they up to? Who else is addressing these challenges? And how? What sets your approach apart from theirs? Conduct a competitive analysis to unearth opportunities for differentiation and carve out your own niche. Spotting opportunities within the market is like identifying gaps in the coral reef where new life can thrive. Look for emerging trends, untapped needs, and potential for future growth. How can your venture fill these voids and propel your industry forward? Just as ecosystems evolve, so does the market. Ongoing market research is a vital part of your startup's life cycle, adapting to the ever-changing environment and ensuring that you're meeting the current and future needs of your audience. Remember, business is always changing, and so is the market. Remember, market research is your strategic ally on the entrepreneurial path. By deeply understanding your target audience and differentiating it from competitors, you lay the groundwork for a venture that not only survives the tides of change, but thrives in the evolving landscape of ocean science and sustainability. Business planning is about drafting a detailed architecture for your startup's future. Envision this plan as your blueprint, systematically illustrating every aspect of the journey you're about to embark on. A robust business plan is the cornerstone of your venture. It lays out an executive summary, providing a snapshot of your business vision and objectives, a market analysis demonstrating your insights into the industry landscape, and your business model, which is how your venture will generate revenue. Your blueprint should also include a comprehensive view of your product or service, underlying its unique value proposition, your marketing and sales strategy, which should illustrate how you'll develop a customer base and maintain market presence, and finally an operations plan detailing the daily workflow and functional framework of your business, in other words, how your business will run. The keystone of this architecture is financial planning. Picture it as your financial scaffolding that supports your startup. You'll need clear financial projections that project your future financial skyline, what your income is, your expenses, and profitability. With budgeting, you're distributing your resources like a master builder, ensuring every department is adequately supplied to maintain efficiency. Managing cash flow is like overseeing the lifeblood of your project, guaranteeing a steady supply of capital to meet operational demands and navigate through financial pinch points. The marketplace, like the environment around us, is ever-changing. Continuously revisiting and refining your financial strategy allows you to adapt and grow, ready to embrace new opportunities or brace against economic shifts. A well-crafted business plan, backed with a solid financial base, not only prepares you for a thriving launch, but also enduring success. It's your master plan within your competitive world of entrepreneurship, steering your venture towards a future where your innovations impact ocean sciences and beyond. Even if you're embarking on this journey as a solopreneur, craft crafting a business plan, a blueprint of your venture, is still invaluable. Even though you'll be handling most of the tasks on your own initially, it not only clarifies your vision and goals, but also prepares you for future growth and potential partnerships. As we progress through transforming your concept into a thriving business, it's vital to solidify its foundation through the appropriate legal structuring and registration. The legal framework you choose plays a pivotal role in defining your financial responsibilities, legal liabilities, and your venture's growth trajectory. Let's delve into the common business structures, noting that technologies and specifics may vary in your country. The best thing to do is really consult with a legal and tax expert, tailored for your geographical location and sector. But I wanted to give you an overview of some of the more common types of businesses. The first is a sole proprietorship. This offers simplicity and direct control, ideal for the individual entrepreneur just starting out. It allows you to quickly pivot and adapt, but remember, your personal and business assets are considered one and the same, which influences your risk. In a partnership, collaboration is key. Two or more partners share the business's burdens and revenues. It's a relationship that demands clear agreements to ensure harmony and mutual understanding, particularly when navigating challenges. I've worked with many startups that involve partners, and it's key to have everything really well documented on who's doing what and when, and also how equity will be split. Limited liability companies provide a flexible structure with the added safety of your personal assets protected against business debts. That offers you a balanced path for many entrepreneurs. This structure supports growth while also safeguarding your personal risk. Corporations stand as robust entities, enabling expansive growth and external investment. They demand rigorous management and adhere to strict regulations, but they offer significant protection and benefits, particularly in scaling and external funding. Following your choice, registration is the next step. It's the formal act of declaring your business's existence. While procedures vary across regions, it typically involves registering with the relevant authorities, obtaining a tax ID number, and acquiring any necessary licenses or permits. The legal landscape can be intricate, which is why I really emphasize the importance of getting a professional advice to ensure that you're on the right path. Legal and tax advisors can provide clarity on regulations, helping you avoid pitfalls and aligning your business structure with your long-term vision. With a solid legal framework and official registration, your business is poised to make its mark, contributing meaningfully to our world and our oceans. This foundational phase is crucial to setting your venture on a course for sustainable growth and success. Now, I know some of you might feel this is going to be a huge expense for you, but trust me, this is something that's very important that you do correctly, which is why I really recommend that you get legal advice and tax advice as well. It can save you a lot of money in the long run and a lot of frustrations. Plus, maybe some of you may need to get patents or even trademarks, and those are other attorneys that can help you as well to protect your ideas against other competitors stealing them. Building a team is about gathering a group of individuals whose expertise, vision, and dedication converge towards a shared goal. Let's explore how to identify the key roles your venture needs and attract the right talent to fill them. At the heart of your startup are 4 key roles that will propel your business forward. The strategist, possibly a co-founder or CTO, who envisions the technological roadmap. The operator, or COO, ensuring smooth daily operations of your business. The storyteller, your marketing genius, crafting the narrative around your brand. And the innovator, the product manager, steering the development of your solution. Cultivating the right team begins with broadening your search. Dive into professional networks, attend industry events, and engage with academic circles. Building the right team is a quest for compatibility as much as skill. Seek out those who not only bring expertise, but also share your commitment to making a difference. Utilize specialized platforms and forums where like-minded professionals congregate. Tailor your approach to highlight how joining your team offers an opportunity to contribute to meaningful work that goes beyond the conventional, aimed at preserving and understanding our oceans. Throughout my career, I've helped build many high-performing teams. Cultivating a culture of transparency, mutual respect, and shared victory lays the foundation for a resilient startup. Embrace challenges as opportunities for growth, ensuring every team member feels valued and an integral part to your venture's success. The essence of building your team lies not merely in assigning roles, but fostering a community driven by a unified purpose. By carefully selecting individuals who resonate with your mission and embody the spirit of innovation, you set the stage for a venture that not only excels, but also leaves a lasting impact on your industry. The process of turning an innovative idea into a viable product or service is much like sculpting. It begins with a vision, and through a series of deliberate, skilled actions, transforms into something tangible and valuable. At the heart of this journey is your unique business concept, serving as a guiding light for the creation you're about to unveil.
So thank you for bearing with us. We have been experiencing some technical difficulty, but now it's time for us to start our session with our first contributors. His name is Thomas Wayaredri. He's from New Caledonia. And a fun fact about New Caledonia is that I'm from New Caledonia too, but we have never met, and the island is about 500 kilometers in length. So a really small island, but for some reason we have never bumped into each other. So it's really nice to see you. Thank you for joining us tonight and sharing your amazing work you do back home. And also thank you to V.ECOP for allowing us to actually meet. And thank you again for this amazing opportunity. So before Thomas start sharing his presentation, I'm just gonna quickly introduce Mr. Thomas. So Thomas is from Mare. Mare is a small island that is part of New Caledonia archipelago. He has developed an interest in the law of the sea and the management of ocean-related concern. He was a former legal research assistant in the coastal fisheries and aquaculture program of the fishery divisions of SPC in 2022. He's now working as a legal and compliance fisheries officer of the New Caledonia government. And he's really interested in the way Pacific Islander develop their resilience regarding all the ocean-related concern and issues pending on their coast. But he'll be telling us a bit more about the rights of nature and the CBFM in the service of the sustainable management of coastal resources. So now the audience is yours, Mr. Thomas. Thank you again.
Loud and clear?
Yes.
Okay. So I want first to thank all of you, for giving me this opportunity to share a few of my work. When I was in SPC, like as you highlighted, I used to work on the rights of nature. And funny fact is that I used to study in Nice for my master degrees. So yeah, I hope like that they have good weather in Nice. So yeah, I won't take much of your time. I will begin by presenting the work I did. I was a legal research assistant, but these whole topics of right of nature came from my internship I did in coastal fisheries and aquaculture program in SPC. The challenge identified by my internship tutors was to develop a legal framework for fisheries in a territory like the Loyalty Island province, where I'm from, a territory where you have a strong, despite the presence of any legal framework like the fishing regulations, you have that strong presence of the local customs. So how develop legal frameworks, some regulations concerning fisheries, and at the same time taking into consideration all the IPLC, the indigenous people, local communities beliefs and use, because they used to fish like that with those gear, and then came the all those fishing gear really accurate and really fancy. So how can we find the balance and develop any regulation in which everybody, especially those local communities, can find, like, they can recognize themselves. So the main track we managed to find was the track of the rights of nature. So what is right of nature? Right of nature is the idea of giving nature, each element of nature that have been defined before any legal personality. So we have, through the word, different examples. They did in India, in Colombia, they gave right to any animals because of the particular interest those animals were representing. So based on the local people use, like in the Loyalty Island province, we've tried to develop that same kind of granting rights to all those elements of nature. Like the idea behind all this concept was to give those elements, like turtles, like sharks, more rights so they can be defended before a court. And these whole things were conducted in order to give a more hybrid protection, which take consideration of the local community beliefs and customs. So we've tried to undo some elements that have been, some elements of nature that have been defined by the local community, like we've tried with sharks and turtle. But unfortunately, we face the issue that the authority who took this regulation was not the one who were able, according to the local constitution, what we call here loi organique. Mucal, as part of French territory, has its own relationships with the national authorities and institutions. So we had to deal with all those shared competences. And so I think that the idea behind my presentation of this right of nature was to prove that now we can explore other track to protect nature by giving them some rights, because since the environmental law was developed, the approach that they took was an anthropologic approach, like anthropological was took from an anthropological perspective, which take its source from protection based on the use the humankind have of the nature. But now the perspective we try to implement in this local authority regulation was from a natural perspective, like in the indigenous people, like a system who take into consideration our beliefs. Like from the island where I'm from, which is a part of the local Loyalty Island province, we believe that we don't have any more importance than these sharks. And the idea was to try to catch that and put that on regulation, so we can ensure a better protection of the animals. Once again, this protection is not against fishing activities, because like the sharks is a great example, because for ceremonial customary ceremonials, we do need some time to fish, to catch sharks. So some conditions have been settled, to allow local community to fish sharks. But once again, to do that in a certain framework, and in order to avoid any bad consequences, So the whole idea was to try to find the balance between what can be implemented and what cannot. So this first example was right of nature. We've tried, and as I told you, unfortunately, it has been it's been like thrown away by the equivalent of the Supreme Court of France, because they told us that the local province is not the authority that is able to take this kind of regulations. I guess that they will do better in the future. But once again, other examples of from a local community perspective have been settled, have been intended. So that's why I mentioned the CBFM, because we've tried, despite many years where SPC tried to convince local authority that CBFM is a good tool that we can implement in some kind of territory like Province Island, where you have a majority of indigenous people who are still living in those customary framework. But it's just 2 years ago they decided to take this opportunity to install community-based fisheries management. And I think I will try to define what community-based fisheries management mean. CBFM is taken to mean fisheries management approaches that are community-driven and encompass an ecosystem approach that will sustain livelihood and ensure resilient island communities. So we, in the Loyalty Island province, we match with this definition, because as we live in really extended territories, we have this the territory, the local authority, like the province jurisdiction, is split and concern a set of 4 islands. So it's sometimes difficult for any agents now to go and ensure the respect of the regulation to an island. We've witnessed a lack of team, a lack of staff. So regarding this lack of local staff, they tried to push the local community to come up with some solution. And this solution of CBFM that I will show you, I'll try to share my screen here, have been brought up by a local association, because they've witnessed the reduction of the fish stocks in their bay, and they started to think that this is now or never. So we have to manage in a really sustainable way our fisheries. And they've been supported by the local chiefs who authorized them to do so. And they started to implement by themselves. They didn't ask for the local authority permission and help or subsidies. So they tried, and then after the province, the local province of Loyalty Island, they saw how effective was those measures. And then after they came and they get closer to the association who brought up these initiatives, and then they together built a legal framework, and we had a deliberation and some other local regulations, which came and gave those legal structure to something that has already been implemented by local people. The advantage of that is the fact that they did that themselves, so they kind of have a more they're more keen to respect that, because they did together, the local people community, and with the support of the chiefs. The chiefs are still really respected in the Lower Chelmland. So all those things put together, they kind of legitimate these initiatives. And then, like a cherry on the cake, the local authority came and just took regulations to make that more legitimate, and maybe according to the positive law. So I think I've learned from that, this really humble experience, that allowing coastal local communities to participate on the local management of resources, to be stakeholders for the fisheries management, is really important, and it's kind of the backbone for the little island, like the environment where I live, because you cannot come and impose your own way to regulate. So by the years, we've witnessed the different tries. They try differently to install, to implement local regulation for fisheries, but fisheries is like one of the oldest function of all of the Pacific Islander are fishers. So how can we come, like, after many years of fishing in their own way, how can we come and try to regulate that? This was the whole challenge on this topic I worked on. So I think that I came out with some conclusion, because we need to I'm speaking for here, for the local Loyalty Island province, that we have to build a system who represent the most the local customs and beliefs who are really strong here. And it's a participative system based on inclusions, a bottom-up process, which allow local community to take part, to be stakeholders on the regulation that are developed for the environment in where they live. So I've learned, like, from those experience, that sometimes the bottom-up process is a good way to regulate, like those kind of example. So yeah, I think I came out to this conclusion that we have to go from those IPLC, and then come up with our ideas, because we cannot, like, conduct any investigation and, like, gathering data. There are some things, like, in the local way of life in those indigenous communities, that cannot be caught on the data. So we've come up with this idea of bottom-up process, and so far this is the only concept which worked, because the rights of nature was, as I told you, not we didn't use the right legislative vehicles. So yeah, this is the few experience I wanted to share with you, and thank you for your attention. If you have any question, feel free to reach out. I'll be more than happy to maybe try to be more clear, because of my French accent sometimes getting tricky to understand me. But yeah, if there is something you want me to review or to re-explain to you,
no,
feel free.
Thank you, Thomas, for this powerful sharing. I will have a couple of questions for you, but before I do go through the question, we have a potential interview with Mary. If Mary is ready, then we'll just let her run the interview, and then we'll come back to you and your presentation, and I'm gonna ask you a couple of questions. and perhaps the people who are here with us may have some. But let's Marie run the interview first.
In Nice, and this time we're not on our regular research ship, the Meteor, but this time we're on the research vessel Thalassa, which is a French research vessel, and I'm joined now by Sacha Capdevielle. And Sacha, you're an ECOP and you're at the same time ocean communicator with IFREMER, which is France's largest research marine research institute, if I'm correct. So you're based in Brest, and it's great to have you here at ECOP Days 2025.
Thank you very much.
So we are basically neighbors. I don't know if you can have a little video over there. You see our Meteor letters there, nice and clear, and we see the same of your ship when we're on the neighboring boat. So Sacha, tell us a little bit more about how you came into ocean communication.
I started to study marine biology in university, and when I started my master degree, I realized that we know a lot of things about marine biology, but I thought it was we don't have a lot of people to talk about it, so I decided to switch and to have a communication master degree to talk about our wonderful research and to let the people know what we do in our laboratory.
What kind of triggered your love and your passion for the ocean?
At the beginning, I was only studying biology, and there was a school, summer school camp in marine biology that was organized by our university, and I decided to give it a go and try, and it was a wonderful experience. We were taking boats and studying a lot of environments so different. It was so beautiful. I was stunning, and I decided that that was my way.
And IFREMER is located in Brest, so in Brittany, on the west coast of France, at the very northwestern tip. So I assume you don't live far away from the ocean?
No, I have actually a view on the ocean from my apartment. Yeah.
How beautiful. Yeah. Okay. So now we're here in Nice at the UN Ocean Conference 3, and actually France, together with Costa Rica, are the host countries of this. What does it mean for you to, as a French national and working with IFREMER, to have this huge conference here in your country?
We are so proud that the scientist community chose us to represent and to organize the One Ocean Science Congress and then the United Nations Ocean Conference. We try to do our best. I hope it's okay.
It's really beautiful. Everyone loves it. It's so fantastic to be here.
Thank you very much.
So yeah, it's really cool. I think France and Costa Rica are doing a great job as host countries. Tell us a little bit more about this Thalassa. Is this an IFREMER research vessel?
No, it's not IFREMER research vessel. It's actually a research vessel of the French Oceanographic Fleet, which is operated by IFREMER, but it's more a vessel that is used by all the French organizations who have research to do on the vessel, so they can apply to do their research here on board. So there is IFREMER, ERD, CNRS, a lot of them, and also some of organization of the Europe and international science community.
You dedicate your work and your life to the ocean as a science communicator with IFREMER. Is there a single experience or a single moment that really made you go into ocean science and ocean communication, or anything that you will never forget from your time as an ocean communicator?
Yeah, I think it's my first experience in ocean communicator at IFREMER. I was in stagia. I don't know how to
internship.
Yeah, in an internship, and there was a huge energy. Everyone was so happy to receive a lot of videos from all around the world of scientists
who were explaining what was their research and why they were fighting for the ocean. And I think it was such a huge energy. It was incredible. Thank you so much, Sasha, Cap de Yale, and over to you online again at the Ocean Action panel.
Thank you, Mary. Yeah, I just wanted to resume with Thomas. I wanted to ask you perhaps a first question, if that's okay with you. So you mentioned about having in New Caledonia, it's a really complex island in a way that we have tribes, but we are also people from the Western society, and sometimes it's a struggle to understand each other, and so involving local communities into shaping the regulation and the management practicing. What do you think is the key outcomes and benefits of such an initiative?
I guess that you mean what
are the benefits out of this initiative when you involve local communities in shaping the regulation?
Because they participating in building this framework, they are more keen to respect it, because they're really conscious that the sustainability of the resources depends on how they respect, how good they are in respecting these regulations. And as I told you, in Le Marais, like in all the province of New Cal, we have despite the fact that we are small territories, but the local authorities are smaller, so it's sometimes difficult for the local provinces staff to cover all those areas. And if you're talking about the coastal areas, sometimes you have you are quickly you quickly you have more area to cover than it's possible, So for those, I think it's a common challenge for the Pacific Island because we have this what we call PSIDS, Pacific Small Island Developed State. We have that in common, that we are all scattered islands. So how can we build a legal framework, and how can we be sure that it's respected at the other side of the countries? And sometimes I guess through the years they come up with a solution, because you have to build on the local community, because they are the people living on those coasts. And in some ways, if we are planning to build regulations, it's first of all for them, So yeah, I think that the CBFM is as a solution for this lack of staff, this lack of means, like human means or technology means, to cover and ensure the respect of the regulation throughout the territory. And as I told you, it's not really we cannot come in the Loyalty Island province. I guess that it's the same in the North province, in such territories where the customary framework is still alive, and you have this whole pressure. There ain't no other way to frame that. You are obliged to go from those people, because so they can recognize themselves on the regulation, this whole legal framework build. Yeah.
Thank you, Thomas. That's it for me. I don't think we have any more questions. So thank you again for your presentation and for joining us. Unfortunately, you have to leave us because I know you have a meeting after that. So thank you again for joining us. It was a pleasure to see you and hear about the work you've been doing so far. And now we're gonna move to our next speaker, and I'm gonna let Padmashi introduce our next speaker. Thank you.
Thank you, Alan. Thank you, Thomas, for joining us. So we have our second contributor, Mr. Ruto. Ruto is from Kenya. He has studied biochemistry and he's working as a researcher at the Kenya Marine and Fisheries Research Institute based in Mombasa. He joined the ECOP with the other nations, mainly to contribute for safeguarding the marine ecosystems, especially in Western Indian Ocean, which is currently facing today he'll be presenting on the heavy metal contamination in Mombasa's coastal waters within the period of 2020. He'll be giving us some insights on into the distribution of metals like lead, cadmium, and identifying the pollution hotspots and providing some strategies on how to mitigate the ecological and we're really glad to have you amongst us. I'd like to tell us about your story. Can you hear us?
Mr. Ruto Justin, can you hear us? Yeah, I think Mr. Justin cannot hear us. Mr. Justin, can you hear us? If so, we'd be pleased to hear about you and your presentation. Perhaps you can try to send him a message. If Thomas, are you still with us? If so, I may have one more question for you. So I think Thomas has left and Mr. Ruto is not hearing us. And sorry, what did you say, Padmasha? I cannot hear you properly.
Alan, can we quickly move into the interview?
Yeah, if there's an interview, then you're more than welcome to run it, and we'll try to contact Mr. Ruto while you run the interview. I don't know if our module have scheduled an interview now, but
Ruto, can you hear us?
Yeah, I think yeah, Mr. Ruto, can you hear us? Justin Ruto, can you hear us? If so, yeah, thank you for unmuting. We've been trying to contact you, but you didn't hear us, unfortunately. But if you're ready, perhaps you can start your presentation and share your amazing work with us, if that's okay for you.
Can you come up again? I was not hearing you well.
Could you go ahead and give us your presentation about the project that you're running?
Can you hear us, Mr. Ruto?
Yes, I hear you. I hear you.
Yep. So if you're ready, then we are more than happy to hear about your presentation.
I'm not ready to present now.
Yes.
Let
Yes.
me present later.
Oh, you're not ready?
Okay.
Yeah, I'm not ready.
If you need, I can share my screen with your presentation if it works for you.
Okay.
So I will share my screen for you. Is that okay, Mr. Do you want me to share my screen, Mr. Ruta? Yes. Yes. Okay. So I'm gonna share my screen. Can you all see my screen now? Mr. Ruto, can you see my screen?
Alan, we can see your screen. Can you go into the presentation mode?
Can you see
Yes,
my screen, Mr. Ruto?
yes,
Yes.
I'm able to see it. Yes.
Yes.
Okay. It is still morning here in Kenya. Good morning, all of you.
Good morning.
My name is Justin Ibet Ruto from Kenya. I work for Kenya Marine and Fisheries Research Institute. I'm focused on marine pollution. So, okay, I work on marine pollution, and my focus area specifically is heavy metal pollution, where I do a lot of activities. Like currently, I'm writing a review paper. I'm analyzing review scientific papers which have been done since 2015, the year 2024. Uh, can you move? Yeah. Okay. So this review paper is mainly on coastal pollution by heavy metals done here in Kenya. So is you people, you know that pollution of the coastal environment is a global concern. Here in Mombasa, Kenya, there are a lot of activities which are brought about this coastal pollution. like for example, industrial and urban activities. So those are the major activities that bring about coastal pollution. So mostly these heavy metals include lead, cadmium, mercury, copper, and zinc are very rampant in the coastal environment. So this review evaluates uh, the trends. It also evaluates the sources as well as the risks uh, associated with these heavy metals. Any more? So the objectives of this review is mainly to assess the heavy metal concentration and also their distribution. Again, it identifies the major sources and the pathways. Another objective was to examine their bioavailability and also bioaccumulation of these heavy metals. Again, another objective is evaluate the ecological and human health risks. Again, the last objective there is recommend the mitigation and research priorities. So those are the major the objectives of this research going forward. Thank you. So from that review paper I've done, although I've not yet finished, some of the key findings I found out is that the areas of Tudo Creek, Portrays, Kilindini, and Makupa Creek are the hotspots of these heavy metals. Another finding is that the sources of these heavy metals come from industrial discharge, sewage, also port activities, and storm runoff. So those are the sources of these heavy metals. And then these heavy metals, again, I found out that the high concentration in sediments and also in marine biota. So bioaccumulation in oysters and mussels, fish have been found to exceed the limits which have been set out by the World Health Organization and also food limits. So those are the findings I found out from this review. Yes, move. So those are the key findings of this review. Then when I analyze the ecological and the health risks of this review, these are heavy metals, I found out that they are said to be toxic to marine life and they affect the growth, they affect the reproduction, and also they affect the immunity of these living organisms. The human health risk is at a very high level because human population depend on seafood, and that food contains heavy metals. For example, lead contains cadmium, contains mercury that have exceeded the VOW and World Health Organization limits. So the risk indices that is IGO, CF, and Berry, it showed that they were very high and the levels are very, very risk. So those are the ecological and health risks associated with these heavy metals. So from my own recommendations, I would recommend the government of Kenya to upgrade wastewater treatment, and then also do enforcement in environmental regulations. We have so many environmental regulations which govern these environment. Then also apply sediment remediation in the hotspot areas, that is the Kilindini, the Tudogrig, Makupa, and also port trace. Then also promote a long-term monitoring and community engagement, because there is very limited data concerning this heavy metal pollution in Kenya. Next. So from that point, I would conclude that heavy metal pollution in Mombasa is very severe and it is in very high increasing rate. Ecological and human health risks are very evident when you compare those bioaccumulation limits of these heavy metals. You'll observe that they have exceeded the limits by the set out by the FAO as well as the World Health Organization. So integrated coastal management and research are very, very essential, because it will provide data that is required in monitoring these heavy metal concentrations. So with those few remarks, I want to wish you a blessed day. Although I have been very away, most of the time I've been away with other activities. I want to apologize for that. Thank you.
Thank you, Ruto, for your contribution and the interesting story that you shared with us. Now we'll move on to our last contributor of the session, Mr. Shamsul. He is a research assistant at the Department of Oceanography, and he works on climate migration, safe aquaculture, and his research has helped raise policy discussions, and he uses data, education, and local projects to support youth and communities. And his goal is mainly to support the SDGs 13 and 14 through UN Decade of Ocean Science. And we're really happy to listen to your story today. I request you to please go ahead with your presentation.
My name is Shamsul. I am from Bangladesh. I am recently graduated in oceanography. I've been working to share my in my presentation. Is everything okay? Okay.
Yes.
My presentation topic name is Environmental Aspects of Mariculture in the Coastal Area of Bangladesh. This is the topic recently I have finished. So without further delay, I go to my main topics. This is the introduction. What is mariculture? Mariculture is the farming of the marine species in the coastal waters, vital for food, jobs, and exports in Bangladesh's low economy. But these sectors are polluted and degraded by resource overuse. Habitat degradations are the most here. So on the other hand, we also see here the climate change also influence these sectors. Rising temperatures, extreme weather events, and other the influence the mariculture sector. This is the introductions for my work. These are the objectives. Here I evaluate the biodiversity using species abundance and diversity index, and assess the water and sediment quality
in agriculture side and not aquaculture side. And last one is the identify the climate you can see the study area here. This is the eastern coast of Bangladesh, and the middle one is the middle and the largest mangrove forest. The Sundarban mangrove forest is the western coast of Bangladesh, which shows the toward the Bangladesh coast. Here in the below, we give a one station to shows the site, here the aquaculture site and not aquaculture site. We take data from the two sites in the same location, aquaculture site and non-aquaculture site. This is the working procedure. We take primary data and secondary data. We measure biodiversity index and check the water quality and the climate station. These are the softwares we can use to analyze and visualize the data. First one we show here the microscopic, and the top is the another software for analyzing, counting, and visualizing the phytoplankton and others data. These are the programming language, also RPS and others. So we go to the next slide. Here the result we find aquaculture site shows low biodiversity abundance. On the other hand, not aquaculture are the most. We can see here. This is the abundance individual per ml. In below, we show the Shannon index. So here we particularly shows the all station data and the other station. These are the abundance and the Shannon index data, where we still phytoplankton are more in the not aquaculture site. This slide is not working. My laptop is not working. Please give me time. This problem has been there.
Sorry, Mr. Shamsul, I didn't quite hear what you said. Are you experiencing?
Actually, I can't move my laptop right now. Probably it will be hanged. This is the first time I experience the bad situations. It will not happen any time. Just give me time. I will not exit also. What should I do right now? Can I reshare the anything else? Okay. I will just share this. Okay, I will go to my poster. Presentation is not work.
Yeah. If you want, we can share your poster. If it's best for you.
I will go my poster. Okay, I hope it will go okay. It also not work. I'm sorry. Please, can you share my poster? Poster and presentation more are similar. My laptop is not work. To share the screen, it will be more comfortable for me. Okay, it's okay. Okay, our another findings, we find out the site-wise water and heavy water and soil heavy metal profile, which shows the AB stations. These are the S indicates the soil and the W indicates the water, which shows that the aquaculture have more heavy metal in both water and soil. In the next step, we show the dissolved inorganic nitrogen as well as dissolved inorganic phosphate variations, also show that the aquaculture site have more nitrogen, dissolved inorganic nitrogen, and dissolved inorganic phosphate. These are the dominant species that I found all over the station. We have seen that this one is the Rhizus solonia. This is the one of the next plant that live in the high disturbance area where nutrient level is so high. So we see that here in aquaculture have more nutrient. The previous finding says here we found the Rhizus solonia. We also find out the pesticides of this station. Pesticides of aquaculture and not aquaculture. We've seen in the aquaculture side have more pesticides. They basically come from the agricultural land, and the farmers and fishers also use the pesticides to reduce, protect the fish species and other species. These are the most important of our analysis. We analyze the principal component analysis and the cluster the whole variables. We have seen that clearly that around 64% are side differences in aquaculture and not aquaculture. So we can see that this is a significant matter. We need to do something. And the last one is the influence. Abundance patterns across the temperature and salinity conditions. Here we've seen in salinity and temperature when rise, these are the decline in both aquaculture and not aquaculture. But in aquaculture, it decline more than aquaculture side. So this is the remark. Finding cited the need for the improved waste management, heat practice, and the adaptations of sustainable techniques to reduce the pollution and protect biodiversity and hence the resilience. For these findings, we give some recommendations. First one, we says integrated multi-trophic aquaculture. Have the rule and environmental benefits. We import the feed species as well as we also import the organic extractor, as well as we also import the inorganic extractor, and the result will be the harvestable product and ecosystem services. First of all, what is the inorganic extractor? Metals other things, inorganic extractor like by so seaweed the moon and my trouble. So I hope you can share the
Sorry, Mr. Shamsul, if you can hear us, would you mind just conclude, please, as we are getting toward the end of this session?
Okay.
Thank you.
Actually, last one I said, we're finding that the aquaculture have more pesticide, more heavy metal, and more nutrient. For this monoculture practice, we recommend that the polyculture like multi-trophic aquaculture, when you import the best kinds of species here, will be improve the water and soil quality as well as this is study for not only Bangladesh, also the concern for the all over the world. So this is all for me. Here are the last things I have not discussed that I just introduced. I also discuss here the regulatory framework, how to update the regulatory framework, as well as here also the feed practice. How can we feed the species? What will be the best practice to aquaculture? So this is all from my side. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Shamsul, for sharing your work Unfortunately, we are running out of time, and we have an interview scheduled on the other side. So if our modules are ready, the audience is yours. So while we wait before the interview, again, we wanted to thank all of you for contributing. Also thanking Padmasree for moderating this session with me. And if you have a words to add, Padmasree, you're more welcome to do it now and before we hear about the interview.
Hello, everyone. We're still here in the port of Nice and still on the French vessel Thalassa, and I'm joined now by Milena Marjanovic. Milena, you're a geophysicist with CNRS in Paris, and you are researching solid Earth, especially mid-ocean ridges, where ridges are where continental plates are separated. Great to have you here, and welcome to ECOP Days 2025.
Thank you very much. I'm happy to be here.
So you're a marine researcher. What fascinates you about the ocean?
Oh, ocean fascinates me a lot. Last year I had the opportunity to go and dive actually at the 2,600 meters and seeing the processes that are happening on the seafloor. You study, I'm a solid earth scientist, but seeing everything, the expression of it on the seafloor was just amazing. And all the animals, we don't really think about it, but 2,600 meters is quite populated. There are really nice form of life. It's a bit strange, but they are there, and they have very nice colors that are surprising. Biologists told me that that's actually a product of the processes that are happening in their organism. Actually, we don't know what is exact source of their colors. Yep.
And you dive down there. That means an ROV, like unmanned, uncrewed robot, goes down there, and you are behind the camera screen. Or what does it mean exactly?
I was on the submarine, so it was a human-operated vehicle. It's called Alvin. It's from the US. In France, we have Nautilus, but I was on the American vessel with the collaborators from the US. And yes, I was there physically. So we dove about 9 hours we spent on the seafloor. So it was just fantastic.
What is it? Didn't you have a little fear also, because there was so much ocean, so much water and pressure all around you and over you, on top of you?
I think I was super excited to be there, so I didn't think about the danger. In fact, the pilot told us, because it was 2 scientists and 1 pilot, and he said, like, guys, please calm down, you're consuming too much of oxygen, because we were super excited to be down there.
What is the #1 finding of maybe yourself or your colleagues in solid Earth research, so in ocean geology, basically?
Yeah, one thing that we found, so I study mid-ocean ridges, as you say, that's where 2 plates, oceanic plates, are separating. And in particular, what I'm studying are magma bodies. And we found out that what we called in the encyclopedias magma chambers don't exist, actually. It's a big mush zone that is populated with lenses. So we now know that magmatic systems are actually better represented by vertically stacked magma bodies. And in fact, our colleagues that are studying subaerial volcanoes are taking this model and actually trying to study volcanoes that are erupting on land to predict the eruptions and better estimate the hazard.
And can you also predict eruptions of submarine volcanoes with that?
There is a good example that we did actually. It's a paper in preparation by measuring the temperature in the vents. So for hydrothermal vents, we were actually able to predict the eruption In fact, with the projection of the temperature, we noticed that the temperature in the vents is rising, and prognose that it's going to happen sometime in 2025. And in fact, it happened on May 1st this year. So
oh,
we were really happy that our technique worked.
That's huge, because usually it's really hard to predict volcanic eruptions. Great. So since we're at the ECOP Days, Early Career Ocean Professionals, what career opportunities do you have for early career ocean professionals at CNRS?
At CNRS, it's a beautiful system, I would say, because it allows you a lot of freedom. You are basically focused on research only. You don't have teaching requirements, so you are focused on exploring and doing really what drives you, the science that you like.
And you also offer PhD positions for younger researchers, is that correct?
That's for the projects that we are organizing. Yes, they are the part of the projects are also PhD thesis.
Okay, so the France, together with Costa Rica, is host countries who's hosting this beautiful UN Ocean Conference here in Nice. How does that feel to you?
Oh, it's great, because actually we sail quite a lot from Costa Rica to reach. I'm specifically focused on the Pacific Rise, which is about 2,000 kilometers away from the west coast of Central America. So we use the ports in Costa Rica quite a lot, and I love to go there. Yep. And we have we also try to invite scientists to join our cruises when we go, scientists from Costa Rica.
And also early career scientists?
Yes, that's what we had last time. We had the scientist from Costa Rica. She was a PhD student with us.
Okay, so if you're listening to this, write Milena an email or apply to CNRS. They are happy to welcome you. And yeah, I hand over to you online again. Thank you so much, Milena from CNRS. It was great having to you, and have good luck for your future expeditions, and have fun here in Nice at the UN Ocean Conference.
It's a pleasure. Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Padmashi. Thank you, Mary, for the interview. Good morning for those who are joining this session, and hello again to those who were here with us before. My name is Alan. I'm from New Caledonia, and I'm an aquaculture engineer. I'll be moderating this session, but I won't be alone. I will be moderating with Juan. How are you, Juan?
I'm doing well, and it's great to be moderating with you today. Hello everyone, I'm Yuanlin from Japan. I'm a JSPS Research Fellow at the Atmosphere and Ocean Research Institute, University of Tokyo. So we are grateful to all of you who have joined us, and especially to our incredible guests who are kindly sharing their work. Today's session brings together 7 experts from 7 different countries, once again highlighting the importance of V.ECOP Days. This is a fantastic platform for early career ocean professionals, not only to showcase their work to the world, but also to be part of the UN Ocean Conference. We all share a passion for the ocean and are committed to achieving SDG 14 to conserve and sustainably use the ocean. One of the ways we can move toward SDG 14 is through Ocean Action Panel 6. So, Ellen, why do you think this matters?
Well, the ocean is a vital source of life, biodiversity, but also economic opportunities. Unfortunately, the ocean faces a lot of challenges, including worsening climate impacts, continued pandemic-related disruption, and inadequate finance and resources. So it's really important for us to work together and try to mitigate these challenges. And so I feel like today is also a way of working together by sharing, learning from other people's work, and also talking together. But before we dive into our first session, we would like to start with a testimony of change. We would like to share a quick video of 2024 V.ECOP moderators. The reason why is that because we have Blessing Charoka with us today as a participant who will be sharing his work, but also the reason why is because Blessing was a 2024 V.ECOP moderators, and we thought it could be a good way to bridge last year event and ask a couple of questions to Mr. Blessing. But before we do so, let's watch this quick video. Thank you.
Namaste, I'm Akriti Marasani from Nepal. I'm one of the hosts at V.ECOP Days 2024, an Indo-satellite event during the Ocean Decade Conference from 9 to 11 April. My testimony of change is inclusion. Living in a landlocked nation like Nepal, we do understand the crucial connection between the ocean health and global well-being. Being a participant at V.ECOP allows us to bring our unique perspective on the floor. I'm very grateful for this opportunity and looking forward to the journey of growth, collaboration, and learning.
Hello, I am Benjamin Bokari and I am from Sierra Leone. I work with Go Global, based in Sierra Leone as the Blue Economy Coordinator. And my testimony of change for the blue economy is communities should be involved in the planning, engagement, and the decision-making processes of issues that are either directly or indirectly concerned to them and their environment. I hope they'll be given the platform, the opportunity to have their voice heard on platforms or on stages where they cannot be seen physically. Thank you.
Hello everyone, I'm Fiona from Germany, and I'm a mobile journalist for the V.ECOP Days 2024, an endorsed satellite event during the UN Ocean Decade Conference from the 9th to the 11th of April. For my testimony of change, I'm looking back to the very first V.ECOP Day in 2021, and I'm amazed to see ECOPs from all over the world come together since to build this huge network. It's incredible how we're all joining forces, sharing ideas, and working together across borders and cultures to tackle the big ocean challenges of today. This is what the UN Ocean Decade is all about for me: unity and action for our ocean.
So again, thank you, Mr. Blessing, for joining us as a participant. I wanted to ask you, since you were part of the last year event, if you could perhaps share your testimony and tell us a bit more how things have developed for you since last year.
Thank you, Alan. Anyone, allow me to quickly share a screen so that we are able to, I'm able to provide you with my testimony. So my name is Blessing Charoka. I'm a Zimbabwean. Actually, I hope my screen is visible, right? And I'm audible?
Yes.
Thank you. My name is Blessing Charoka. I'm from Zimbabwe, actually, but currently I'm a resident in South Africa, where I'm doing my research at the University of Rhodes. Last year, I had the pleasure of co-hosting or being one of the Africa co-hosts for the V.ECOP 2024. But then I thought maybe I give you a quick motivation on my background, why I chose to, to join V.ECOP Days 2024. So I studied in maritime transport in Egypt, where I did my BSc in maritime transport. And I also had time to spend some time at sea. I quickly moved to Sweden, where I did my master's in maritime affairs, and then came back home in Africa, where I did my PhD in integrated coastal zone management. And now, combining ocean science and some aspects of climate change, focusing on climate impacts, sea-land interactions. And currently, I'm still doing the same at Rhodes University as a postdoctoral researcher. So joining V.ECOP 2024 was actually for me a transformative journey because having attended online the first UNOC, and it was a motivation. I wanted to see early career ocean professionals being involved in all these processes. So it was really something that was, part of my career. So as we move from UNOC 2 to UNOC 3, I think this is not just, a change of location or a time lamp, but rather the commitment of all youth to continue our involvement and participation in the towards solving ocean decade challenges and achieving the SDG 2030. Well, in Barcelona, I think to amplify the V.ECOP days, but just continuing that legacy. It was fantastic having a lot of modules, the mobile journalists who were actually very quite inspiring to all the ECOPs, and we had quite a huge gathering where ECOPs wanted to know what is happening and how they can be involved, and with the challenge of having many applications. But over the years, we saw a lot of ocean climate innovations, which is quite phenomenal. And ECOPs want to be, involved in policy making, as we saw, in the Atlantic meetings in Canada, where many ECOPs came and, collaborated in making policy briefs. And also, I think right now, as you are on site there in Nice, it is quite inspiring as we see many ECOPs, and onboarding and wanting to be part of this journey. I think I'll give a presentation focusing on landlocked countries, how ECOPs, even in landlocked countries, are wanting to be part of this journey. So this is not only onboarding of ECOPs, but they are bringing in transformative solutions to address ocean climate challenges. My testimony therefore serves as both a recognition of the progress we've made so far and the renewed hope to continue accelerating efforts to achieve the goals as stipulated in the ocean decade. Together, we can ensure that the changes since 2021 become the ties for future generations. I'm so thankful to KDM for continually engaging me and all other ECOPs, particularly in Africa here, where we have had a huge gap of not being involved. But now we're seeing many ECOPs being involved in all, ocean sciences, including deep ocean science, marine biogeochemistry, along other areas where we were lacking a lot. I don't want to take so much time because I think we need to save the time for all other speakers. But I'm thankful to you, Yuan and Alan, for taking me on board, and I wish us a successful V.ECOP 2025. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Blessing, for this powerful testimony of change, and it's really impressive to see the journey you've been through so far. But please, our audience, bear with us, because Blessing will be sharing again during this session. He'll be actually the last one presenting. We thought his work on would be a good way to end our session and sharing positive aspect and progress that has been made. But also remind us that there's still a long way to go. The journey is still a long way to go. So thank you for that, and we'll hear about you really soon. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chaluka. So before we hear about your presentation, we will explore our first theme with two amazing speakers who will share their work they do on sustainable ocean management. Our first speaker is Julia Kechi, a marine scientist and communicator currently working in France. She is dedicated to connecting people with the ocean and will introduce Comale, a project from her hometown that promotes sustainable living in coastal communities. Julia, can you start your presentation now?
Hello, everyone. Just sharing my screen. Can you see it?
We can't see it now.
Yes? Okay. Sorry for any background noise, but I'm currently at UNOC in Nice, so I found the room to host this. So yeah, welcome everyone. I'm really excited to be presenting at this event of ECOP. So yeah, my project is called Colmare, which in
Sorry,
Italian
Julia.
means, sorry, yes.
Yeah, sorry, we cannot see your presentation. I'm not sure if you have shared
Okay, wait. Okay.
Yeah, good.
Yes, in fact,
Thank you.
I didn't press the full button. Okay, now
Thank
you
you.
can see it?
Yes, all good. Thank you.
Okay. So I restart. Yes, my project is called Colmare, which is an Italian word for filling. So literally filling a gap, but it also means with the sea. So col with mare, the sea. So that's the overall super summary of the project. My aim is to fill the gap and bridge the gap between the society and the sea, specifically in my native coastal town of Italy, which is called Porto San Giorgio. And my goal is to fill this gap through working on 4 work streams: ocean literacy, to maximize the awareness and consciousness of people of the importance of the local marine environment; citizen science, the emotional connection, because I really do believe that living a profound emotional experience makes you build a different level of awareness that it remains throughout the long term, and conscious consumption of the local seafood available in the at the local level. So the reach of these 4 work stream are achieved through working on education, through a blue curriculum shared across primary and secondary schools, through a collaboration with local fisheries, by building a locally based sustainable seafood guide, which specifically is built on the local species of the marine environment, so on the locally caught species that are caught at the local level. Research, meaning engaging the public in participatory public activities that foster awareness, but also contribute with relevant data that can be helpful for local universities. And ecotourism. And with ecotourism, I mean any water activities that, again, builds an emotional connection, but also is not too impactful on the marine environment. So such as swimming or free diving or sunset sailing tours and similars. So this picture is taken from Porto San Giorgio, so from this coastal town of Eastern Italy. And I think it really shows, I don't know, this connection and this relationship of the local people or the local tourists in a usual daily summer day, along with the sea, and these rocks in between that sort of create a division. And the goal is just to break this division and make sure that the people feel part of the local environment where they live on, and in this case, the local sea. So that's the concept behind my project, is to maximize the awareness of the local marine environment and resources, triggering lifestyle changes through the 4 work streams I've mentioned earlier. By this, I do not mean that everyone needs to start loving the ocean and become marine biologists. I just mean that everyone would have an increased awareness of what we eat, what we live next to, and what is the environment at our doorstep. Again, in this case, the Adriatic Sea. So the audience of this project are therefore the people of this coastal town, the local citizens, the seafood consumers, the water users, and the youth, primarily around the age of 6 to 15 years old. And the location is on the eastern Italian coast, so it's located on the Adriatic Sea. It's a small coastal town out of approximately 15,000 inhabitants. It gets extremely popular during summer because it's a famous seaside tourist destination. And the sector of artisanal fishing is really important. So it really relies on the fishing sector. So so far, the activities that have been happening are comprised of a wide range of outreach and awareness raising events with the public, such as Blue Talks, where experts come and share information about the marine environment. During the summer, we've promoted summer sailing tours with the marine biology on board, which in that case it was myself, presenting about the local marine fauna and giving people a break to enjoy some time out at sea in tranquility and peace and experience a profound connection with the ocean. As well as we run a marine biology workshop across schools, and there has been some collaboration for creating a replicable curriculum of blue activities. And several collaboration with other existing projects across Europe that are running similar effort to replicate similar projects, such as one on sustainable seafood in Italy, so in Porto San Giorgio. And this year is also the third year that we are going to replicate the marine biology summer camps, which has never been held in this local town. So it was a relatively new offer for the local audience. And yeah, it's a marine biology summer camp targeting youth to make them discover specifically the local marine species. So this is where we are at, and the vision where I'm aiming towards is to work collaboratively with other projects across Europe to identify best practice for ocean literacy and public outreach, and identify those methodologies that can be replicable. So if we find sort of blue activities that work well across schools, they are easily replicable by just changing the species with the other local marine environments, then we can sort of build a model. And this model can then be replicable across different coastal communities. And I like to call it the blue community model. So in Europe, we have this existing network of European blue schools, where each school can propose a marine conservation project. I'd like to do something similar, but really building the methodology and best practice for how a coastal community can live consciously and sustainably with its local marine environment, so that other coastal communities around the world can gain this teaching and best practice. So these are just some pictures.
Sorry, Julia. We just need to interview you for a few minutes, as we have an interview being ready. So we will resume your presentation after the interview, if that's okay for you.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you so much. So
stop sharing.
Yep. So yeah, we will get back to you after the interview. So now we will hand over to our module.
Ale, back at La Baleine. As you can see, we are back in the stomach of the whale. And I have today with me Julia Ox. Julia is a photographer, an underwater photographer, and she has an amazing body of work. I've seen so many of your pictures also like in the Arctic and in polar regions. It's just like fascinating. You could spend hours looking at them. And Julia also has a photo gallery, but I'll let her talk about it. So Julia, tell us a little bit about how you started in this. How do you get this idea of becoming an ocean photographer, and how were your first steps going towards it?
Yeah, so thanks for the interview possibility. I'm really grateful to talk to you guys. So how did I start to become an ocean photographer? It actually all started with my love for the ocean through the sport of surfing. So I think 15 or 16 years ago, I started surfing in Australia, and my whole life changed after that. Because I fell in love with the ocean and I really wanted to document it. And because I studied media economics, which already had like a journalism part in it, I decided that I really want to pursue a career as a photographer and document the ocean. But for the next couple of years, it was really only like capturing the beauty of the ocean and bringing it closer to the people that don't live by the coast. I lived close by the ocean for 5 years, but then for like now I live like landlocked in Germany. So I kind of knew like
I want to bring the ocean to the people. But then, after I worked a lot with NGOs in the last couple of years, I learned so much about how threatened the ocean is, how important it is for our survival. And then it kind of hit me, and I knew, I want to dedicate all my work to actually help with ocean conservation and help protect the ocean. And yeah, this is how my journey started, and that was when the idea of the Ocean Gallery was born.
Amazing. It's so inspiring, and it's interesting how to see the similarities in our passions. It's just like this. At the end of the day, we all have this burning passion for the ocean, and it's just kind of magical. And you said so. Your gallery is in Stuttgart. Stuttgart is, as you said, very far away from the ocean. How is it actually to have something ocean related in the middle of Germany? How is the reception there? Like, what is your experience?
So a lot of people actually ask me that. They ask me why the hell, in the south of Germany, an ocean gallery? But I think it's especially important that it's exactly there, because people don't really feel related to the ocean so much in general, not so connected to nature. So I think to bring the ocean to people that actually live very far away from it and don't really understand why it's important to protect it, and then to tell them there, in the south of Germany, very far away, that you need the ocean to breathe, that you show them the beauty, but also, the problems that is related to the ocean. I think it's so important, and that's why it's there, but it's also supposed to travel around.
Speaking of traveling around, you've done also a couple of trips to take your photographs. Can you walk us through what were the highlights of your photographic journey so far? And yes, why did you choose these places?
So one of the highlights, definitely, I mean, there have been many, and I love every moment in the ocean, but one of the highlights was definitely to document orcas and humpback whales underwater in northern Norway, because it was the most fascinating moment underwater with these majestic animals. And from that moment, I felt okay, my whole life has to be dedicated to these beautiful animals and protect their livelihoods. Then I was also in the Arctic, and I was trying to document climate change and in an artistic way. This was really beautiful in Svalbard and Greenland, also with an NGO. And I mean, those are the beautiful sides you document mainly, and you see beautiful things. But I think, as we can see behind us, I think one of the most important job I've ever done, or work I've ever done, is document bottom trawling on a boat in Mallorca.
That's exactly what I was going to ask you about. So we have here behind a few pictures that you made, preset pictures, but also so important. Can you walk us through them? How did you decide to do this? And why? What was your process to also taking these pictures?
Yeah, so I think the hardest part with these images was to get on the boat, because, as you know, these fishermen do something that not really many people know what's happening out of these boats, and it's a terrible practice. It's the most destructive practice I think there is out in the ocean. So this was the hardest part to get on, but I somehow managed, and I think I was very lucky, and I think the best, or what was really important, to be very good with people, and I think this is my greatest skill as a photographer. So I managed to get on board. And for me, it was 14 hours, the hardest time in my life. But I think it's so important that people see, what's going on the boat. And it was, for me, personally, most shocking how wasteful this practice is. So all these animals are caught. You can see here how unselective it is. It catches everything. So many different species, not just a targeted species. Also corals, these plant-looking things. They're actually corals that take decades to grow. And then only, a few are selected in some baskets. We can see that on the other side if we want to go there. Only a few are selected to be sold at the fish market. And you see here what goes in the white boxes. Those are selected, and all the rest is just thrown overboard, already dead. And so you see how wasteful it is. And this was a very, very small bottom trawler I was on. So this is very small compared to really big industrial trawlers. This is nothing. And you've witnessed so much. I witnessed so much bycatch, really struggling, this small cat shark really fighting for his life until the very last second. And you had to witness this 100 times. Here you can see juvenile fish, way too young to be caught. So the fish stocks are just plummeting because they can never recover, and they don't grow big enough. So it was horrific, but I think it's so important for people to see it. And I'm really grateful to be able to show it here last minute.
Yes, thank you for walking us through it. Then how would you say for somebody, so like as a final question, we have an audience of ECOPs. Say there is somebody there who looked at what you're doing, gets super inspired now and wants to follow your steps. What would you say to them?
So I think first of all, really believe in yourself, because I think I doubted myself at the beginning a lot, and I always thought, you know, I'm this girl from Germany. Like, I mean, I love the ocean, but who am I to be like a meaningful ocean photographer of really creating change? But I realize now that one person can create so much change and do so many meaningful things. So I really want to urge you to really believe in yourself if you have a passion, like we all do, and really go for it. And then, you know, I think like in a practical term, like if you want to work in a conservation field, I did a lot of volunteering first. You know, I volunteered for NGOs and I said, hey, I would bring my camera and I could help out on board with anything. And this kind of was, you know, my way into the door, into the world of NGOs. And I think it's just a lot of work and it doesn't really pay well. I'm frankly honest with you, but it's beautiful and I don't want to do anything else. So good luck.
This is great. So, yeah, despite the difficulties that I'm sure everybody, like we're all very familiar with, but as you said, it's a very rewarding and also crucially important work because, you know, this needs to be, people need to be aware of where their food is coming from. Your website?
Yes, so my website, if you Google my name, Julia Ox, it's www.julia-ox.com, or you can also go on the Ocean Gallery website, and that's www.ocean-gallery.de. Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Back to the live stream now.
Thank you.
So thank you, Ale, and thank you, Julia, for sharing this powerful picture with us. So now we are going to resume Julia's presentation. So I'm going to let you resume your presentation, Julia.
Yeah. It was really interesting though to hear about Julia's photography and journey.
Yes, thank you
Okay,
so
can you
much.
see it? Okay,
Yes.
so just to briefly finish, these are just some pictures of the events that we ran in the past 3 years. So as I've mentioned, a lot of outreach and youth activities, sunset sails. This is just a newspaper article from the local council in collaboration with the local authorities and local NGO. And where am I aiming towards? What are the next steps? So regarding ocean literacy, I'm looking to develop a curriculum for the academic year because we've been working a lot with local schools, and the goal is to develop a standardized curriculum that could just run throughout the year and be, again, replicable elsewhere. So this is where I need all of you, if you are teachers, educator, or content creator, if you've developed educational resources that are out there, that are online, please let me know, get in touch. So yeah, we can potentially work together and I can replicate those resources in my own local community. For citizen science, I'm looking to launch a project for engaging local citizens with a focus on water quality, because that's a topic that it's most closer to the local citizens, the one that they care the most, let's say. And again, if you're a citizen science expert, I need your help because I'm looking for toolkits that I can order and sort of methodologies that I can apply on an affordable and local level, and also easy to use tools that the public can use to monitor water quality. There is a local sport fair in September in this local town, and I'd like to promote water activities. So there have been some collaboration with diving center and free diving instructor to promote the well-being of free diving and scuba diving, and we'd like to organize a trial out day for the public to again experience emotional connection and vicinity with the marine environment on their doorstep. And last but ongoing, to create a local sustainable seafood guide. Again, I really put the point on local because I really wanted to be focused on the local species so that the public is really aware about what's available in our local sea. And this guide aims to later be creating sustainably sourced certification that local seafood restaurants and fishing shops can exhibit to highlight that the food they serve comes from small-scale artisan fishing. So again, if you're working on a sustainable seafood project yourself, please get in touch and let's see towards in my own local. Let's find common grounds because we are all doing so much to preserve and promote the beauty of our ocean. So let's find these similarities across our efforts and extend the reach of our ambition. And yes, please do get in touch and let's collaborate. Here are my details and I look forward to hearing from you. And thank you again for these opportunities to present and virtual ECOP Days. Thank you.
Thank you, Julia. Your work is truly impactful and we are very grateful for your contribution today. But unfortunately, we don't have time for questions now. So Ellen, could you introduce another speakers?
Yeah, thank you so much, Julia. If there's question, please feel free to ask them in the chat. And otherwise, I'm going to introduce our next speaker, Mrs. Alicia Hall. Mrs. Alicia Hall is a maritime researcher and youth leader from Tanzania. She's an assistant lecturer at the Dar es Salaam Maritime Institute and also leads the Maritime Empowerment Organization, which promotes digital transformation, sustainable fisheries, and youth leadership in the blue economy. Today, she'll share how digital tools and youth empowerment are shaping a more inclusive and forward-looking future for coastal communities. And now I'm going to let Mrs. Ilusta share her presentation.
Okay, thank you so much. As I've been introduced, this is Eliusa from the Restaurant Maritime Institute. And for the presentation, it was real amazing. Is everyone hearing me? Are you there?
I can hear you. So do you need share screen for you?
Thank you. And I would like Miss Julia who is sharing my slides. And the next slide. In the next slide, I started by showing we need to know what is happening in the sea so as we can make the best decision and be involved. So I decided to do my personal observation where I went to the boat using this fishing boat on the January of 2025. We had 12 fishermen, a researcher and a captain, and we spent overnight in these fiber boats that were provided by Tanzania government to investigate challenges, risks, and opportunities involved in small-scale fishing. But also, in the next slide, you will see that over 95% of international data passes through submarine fiber optic cables. And yet in Africa, especially in Gambia and Tanzania, where I did my research, these cables remain vulnerable to anchor drag, to fishing activities, and to poor marine governance. And submarine cables are not just infrastructures. They are resilience to the lifelines of coastal communities. They are resilience towards the ocean innovation we are talking about. They are the backbone towards e-commerce and digital governance. And also, we have to understand our vision into marine data resilience connectivity relies upon these submarine fiber cables. And my research explored how marine big data analytics can make changes in cable construction and maintenance, where I took Tanzania and Gambia at the case study. And using AI, using automatic identification systems, we can detect risk patterns, optimizing routes, but we can also improve stakeholder response on not just And what I'm speaking, it's not just technical, but it's also about not leaving anyone behind toward the African Ocean economy we're talking about. We have to make sure we are not going to understand the technical involved in submarine fiber cables, but we have to get aware so as we can make sure no one is left behind. Stakeholders from diverse backgrounds are involved in ocean economy, as how we are talking about. And also, our main problem, in the next slide please. And our main problem in that are shared struggles between Gambia and Tanzania at the case study of African countries. In Tanzania, cable landing points in Dar es Salaam are poorly marked in marine spatial plans, and in Gambia, there is minimum cable-related regulation and at fight. And in Gambia, there is minimum cable-related regulations, and also there is a few artificial identification system monitoring toward near ports in these shipping routes. And when you look in the most of African countries, coordination between IT specialists, maritime specialists, and maritime specialists and environmental regulators is very weak. And this has to do with the ocean governance we are speaking about. We have to make sure all these sectors, they are linked together so as we can find the better solution on how we are dealing with cable cuts. Because when cable cut is happening in South Africa, it is also affecting the part of East Africa. So we need to have the collaborative movement so as we can amplify the maintenance, we can amplify measures that we have to do with the submarine cable cuts. And I'm talking so much about cable cuts because in the world we are talking about innovation and where we are talking about digital marine economy, where we are talking about digitalization at large, we are relying on 95% of data carried by these cables. And we as maritime experts or marine experts have to understand we are the part of this. Marine cables, they are not just responsibility of IT or telecommunication companies. We have to do it together. And in the next slide, we have to understand that marine big data analytics is a game changer. And in the game changer, we have to use youth. And in my observation on the boards at January, I found half of these fisher folk were young fishermen under 30 years, and most of them didn't have the formal education. They had vocational students, and some didn't attend even college. They are self-taught, and they used just the knowledge that have been passed on generation. So I'm just asking everyone to stop saying youth are leaders of tomorrow, because we are actually leading now. We are leading the changes that are happening into the maritime industry, into the blue economy. And when we talk about youth factor, the sea, we have to consider we have the key role to play as marine data collectors and cable stewards toward this maintenance of these submarine cables. And we have to understand this, what we are talking about, it creates jobs in AI-enhanced cables mapping, but also in fault reporting and in digital surveying. And we have to understand youth can share data back to communities to democratize the marine knowledge. We have to make sure that the knowledge we are getting here does not just end in these platforms or in this meeting. It has to go back to the local community, and the youth can play a very important role. The community is well informed slowly, because we have the big community, not just in Tanzania, but even in Africa, and I believe everywhere in the globe. We have to make sure everyone is well informed, even those people who cannot attend conferences, who cannot be the part of policymakers. They need to know what's happening. So I think we have to consider the youth factor in doing every change that we are advocating. And also in my research, I proposed the triangulation of big data module by combining satellite identification system data, seabed mapping, and also marine traffic logs. And it was just, I think 2 days back, I read the report saying that there's a process going on about seabed mapping under the responsible authority. And I think that is very powerful and amazing job, because we need to understand seabed mapping so as we can know which areas will be more likely for cable for the submarine cable landing, so as we reduce the number of cable cuts, because average 7% of cable cuts, they are happening each month in the world. So this is a very serious problem, and it's not just we are solving the problem, but we are also trying to find the solution to the ocean economy we are trying to make. Because if we don't have the connectivity, if we don't have the assurance of the data we are talking about, then we cannot do anything with the digital ocean economy. So this is very important. And also, I used in my data collection, I used stakeholder model that was based in technology acceptance model to assess readiness of adoption. I had to check how many stakeholders in Gambia and in Tanzania were ready to adopt to various changes that we are suggesting or we are recommending. And in many stakeholders, it was 6% we are ready, that is above half. And then we have to find a way that we can mold these suggestions, we can represent this recommendation to policymakers, to government officials, so as these things do not just end into the meetings, into the conferences, but also they have to go to the government level in the national framework for implementation. And also, we have to understand United Nations Ocean Conference. It calls for the action, calls for the connectivity. It calls for the urgent role for every stakeholder involved in ocean economy to ensure that we are all given the opportunity to make change. We are given opportunity in equity, but also in resilience. The resilience of ocean economy is also depending on submarine cables for the connectivity. But also, we as early career ocean professional, we can develop data learning sources where we will bring more youth to understand these processes, to understand the marine data and what does it have to do. Because when I'm talking about marine data, it's a very wide scope that involves fishing, involves port operations, it involves even other sectors like ecotourism. We have to understand them. And we as air ocean career, we can develop a commitment of making a fellowship that can have many flags, but among them, the flagship of providing marine data fellowship. But also, we can make sure we are making this marine data opening, because I believe that every stakeholder has to use data, maybe in the research or maybe in improvement of their blue business. So we need to provide a framework that will provide the access of the data to every stakeholders, like we are sharing back the data to the communities to democratize the marine knowledge. And we in ECOP in Africa, I do hope we will launch the Marine Data Fellowship maybe in partnership with the Gambia Ministry of Communication and Tanzania Maritime Institute, where I'm working. But also we can develop the core development open source tools for cable routing plan. And we can also, we as professionals, we can advocate for regional collaboration under the African Union Digital Transformation Strategy. And my whole presentation and my whole research is advocating for three things, like how our ongoing conference on the UN Ocean Conference is talking about resilience. And in my in my space, I'm talking about cable resilience. I'm talking about fund availability to data innovation labs that will be provided, but also I'm advocating to elevate African ECOPs and coastal youth in shaping the digital marine infrastructure for the police and for the changes. And just to make the conclusion, this is not just about cables. It's about resilience, it's about equity, it's about opportunities. And with the right data tools, with the right policies, with the right partnership, the African can find its way, its tender point, and they charter the new web of sustainability, inclusivity, and ocean-based digital growth. So let us code, let us map, and let us connect for the all and everyone involved in marine opportunities. Thank you. This is me, Eliusa Haule.
Thank you so much for sharing your presentation with us. Unfortunately, we are already a bit behind the time. We won't have much time for a question, but we will hear about our next speaker, which is Mr. Hafiz Oladejo. So he's a PhD candidate in marine science at the University of Southern Mississippi. His work focuses on marine energy and ocean modeling with experience ranging from plastic pollution tracking to renewable energy system in island nations. He is looking forward to engaging with peers and mentors who are passionate about solving today's ocean challenges. So please, Mr. Hafiz, the audience is yours, and we are happy to hear about your presentation. Thank you.
All right, thanks so much, Hannah. Can you see my slide?
Yes.
Hi everyone. Thanks so much for the opportunity to present my work. And thanks for attending this presentation titled Towards Clean Energy Transition in Cape Verde, Integrated Marine Energy and Storage Solutions. Can you hear me well, and can you see my slide?
Yes.
All right. So this project is about the urgency for energy transition and sustainable energy development in island nation. So taking a step back, let's look at the global energy consumption by the associate since 1800. And from 1800 to 1950, we can see this steady rise in energy. And from 1950 to 2023, present to 2024, 2025, there's an exponential increase in energy, with traditional biomass, coal, oil, and gas, collectively known as fossil fuel, dominating most of the energy we consume, whereas renewables like solar, wind are just constituting a tiny fraction of the energy we consume. So this calls for the need to reduce fossil fuel usages and increase renewable energy generation with the challenges of climate change. Moving forward to Cape Verde, I have on my left figure showing the cost of electricity compared to other countries of the world. And as we can see, the price of electricity is higher than neighboring West African countries like Nigeria and Ghana, and even higher than countries, big economies like the United States and China. And this is putting a pressure on the local economics, the industries, and the communities. On my right figure is showing, comparing, looking at the renewable energy consumption trend. And as we can see that there is a decline in renewable energy consumption in Cape Verde. As a result of this decline in renewable energy, if you can, on my left, I also have this figure showing the CO2 emission. We also see that there has been an increase in CO2 emission over the years. But the good news is that due to the amount of renewable that's been consumed in Cape Verde, on my right, I have this figure showing that there is almost like 10%, 10% prevention on the amount of CO2 that would have been emitted as a result of the amount of CO2 amount of renewable that's been consumed in Cape Verde. So this shows that the potential of utilizing renewable energy and what is missing by not capitalizing on renewable energy. But there are some challenges with renewables, which I'm going to show on this slide. So in Cape Verde, they consume both wind and solar energy. And on this figure, I'm showing the average wind over the years, average over the old Cape Verde, looking at several decades. So as we can see that at some time of the day, we have this high wind, and at some other time of the day, we have this low wind. So renewables, they don't provide constant source of energy. And if I average all this wind as seen on the C figure, that's at some time there is like high winds and sometimes there's low winds. Not only this daily or hourly intermittency in energy, when we also look at the seasonal trend, we see changes in which we have high winds during the winter months and low winds during the summer months. So the problem is not only with this energy intermittency, but also if we look at this peak production, if it coincides with the time that we have, if this peak production coincides with the time that there is like low energy demand, then the energy has to be wasted. So renewables, they have two challenges: intermittency and curtailment. And we are looking at bringing in the ocean as a solution to these two problems, and also trying to see how we can make use of the ocean to store the energy. So for those that are not familiar with Cape Verde, it's located in the Equatorial Atlantic, like 500 kilometers off the coast of West Africa, as seen on my right, and it has several islands, like 10 islands, 9 of them habited and one of them that's habited, and it has also has several islets. So we are looking at renewable energy from the ocean. So we are considering several marine renewables, including ocean current energy and ocean thermal energy waves, but I will be talking more about ocean current and ocean thermal energy here. On my left figure, it shows the main current average over a year using high resolution ocean model. So we can see that most of the ocean currents are concentrated around the northern islands. And if we take individual points from this part of this northern island, I have two figures showing the time series and one of them showing the current density, which is the current energy. So the amount of current that's current speed average over the years is more than 1 meter per second, which is okay for energy generation, and it also gives like almost 3 kilowatts of energy density. But we can also see this intermittency, hourly and daily intermittency and seasonal intermittency as seen in the renewables with ocean current energy also. Note all these points we are taking less than depth of less than 1,000 meters at distance to the coast less than 10 kilometers for operational efficiency and to factor in cost. So the next energy we also look at are ocean thermal energy. And ocean thermal energy is based on temperature difference between the surface and 1,000 meters. And because Cape Verde is close to the equatorial region, so we think that that might also be feasible in the region. And you need like 20 degrees Celsius temperature difference between surface and 1,000 for you to generate energy from OTEC. So, and we also look at like the spatial, picking several points as seen on this figure. And from the main delta T from our analysis, it shows that most of the areas have like the 30 around 20 degrees Celsius or close to 20 degrees Celsius. But we can also see this seasonal fluctuation and daily fluctuation with ocean thermal energy. So this brings in that we need renewable energy. They will just technically, they can't produce consensus of energy if it's either land-based or marine-based, and we need to find a solution to it. So that's bringing the concept of energy storage. And the concept is that when you have the peak production, you can store the energy. And when you need the energy, you can transfer them back to the grid. They have different type of energy storage system. And the point is that they help to manage energy, reduce wastage, and serve as backup. So we have the mechanical, we have electrochemical, like the battery that we are familiar with. But here we are considering a specific type of mechanical known as gravitational energy, which is based on gravitational potential. And the concept is that this is a protocol that has been applied on land. So when you have the pre-production, you just use them to raise some masses in the marine environment. And then when you need the energy, you just release those masses back. So we picked this because it's relatively easy to construct and implement. It's less capital intensive, and it could store great amount of energy. And we quantify the potential. We also factor in the efficiency of the energy, and we create like an energy model. And we can see that it's depicting bathymetry because it's based on depth, and areas that are far offshore, they have like high potential, and areas that are closely close, they have low potential because those areas have they have less bathymetry. But our own goal is to target places that are still close to the coast, but that can still supply us like a good amount of potential to store energy. And the concept is I've seen that most of the current energy, for example, are concentrated around this northern part of the island, and the other, which we are still doing some of the analysis, are concentrated on the southern part of the island, so that we can just couple them, look at places where we have high amount of specific renewable, and couple with marine energy, this gravity model. And this technology also can be transferred to any part of the world, so far you have enough depth. And also the potential that I'm actually quantifying here is just 1 ton of mass, so we can increase the mass and increase the amount of energy that we can store, and we can make renewable energy. We can make them more stable, and they can supply constant source of energy. So that's what the project is all about. And I'm happy to take any questions from you guys.
Thank you, Hafiz. It was amazing to hear and see those beautiful graph and figures. So thank you for that. We will try to move to our next speaker, and if we have a bit more time, perhaps come back to you and ask questions. We just would like to allow everyone with us to be able to speak, but hopefully we will have some times and be able to ask some questions. So I'm going to let Juan introduce the next speaker.
Thank you, Alan. So our next speaker is Juliana Di Filippo Taboda, a researcher focused on sustainable marine tourism and ocean governance in Colombia. Her work centers on minimizing the acoustic impacts of wave watching in Pacific marine protected areas through a science-based, multi-stakeholder approach. She is contributing to stronger policies that balance wave conservation with local livelihoods as part of the Colombia's Blue Economy strategy. Welcome, Juliana.
Can you hear me well? Okay. I'm going to share my my screen, and just let me know if you can see something.
Yes.
You see your screen?
You can see my screen?
Yes.
Yes.
Sorry. I think I did something wrong here. Sorry, I'm having problems here to see my presentation in my whole computer. So
Yeah, full screen now.
yeah, but I don't know why it's showing some.
Perhaps we can give you a bit more time while you try to figure what's happening, and then we'll just move to our next speaker if that's okay with you.
Yes, it's okay.
So I'm just gonna introduce Mrs. Golami. She'll be presenting instead of Juliana, while Juliana is trying to um, fix what's happening. So perhaps if you, Miss Golami, if you're ready and able to share with us your work. I don't know if you can hear us.
Hello? Hello,
Yes,
can you hear me?
yes,
Yeah.
yes,
Let
yes.
me share my screen. Sorry.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Can you see my screen?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. Okay, hello everyone. My name is Zahra Gholami, a PS Flow at University Quebec Rimouski, supporting by Memopair company. I'll present a part of our ongoing work on how climate change influence wave dynamics and shoreline evolution in a small Inuit community on the eastern coast of Hudson Bay. Why it matters? Coastal shoreline change and community risk. As we know, Arctic zone, coastal zone are shaped by complex interplay between sea ice, meltwater, permafrost, and river system interaction that are being rapidly destabilized by climate change. For Inuit community, this affects not just infrastructure, but cultural access and mobility. That's why monitoring shoreline change and hydrodynamic process in these places is essential. It supports science, yes, but also informs local adaptation, land use planning, and global efforts under SDG 14.2 to protect vulnerable coastal ecosystem. Where we work. We work in Umiak, in Nunavik, a remote Inuit village with a low-lying sediment-rich coastline. It's a place where land, river, ice, ocean meet in ways that make the coastline both beautiful and fragile. This unique combination of marine and preglacial process make Umiak a natural laboratory for understanding Arctic coastal change. Beyond the science, this is also a living community that has seen a population increase in recent years, over 22% growth since 2016, according to Canada 2021 census. This slide outline is the core framing of our project, why it needs, what the community expects, and how we approach it scientifically. Arctic change increase coastal hazard. Community like Umiak need local monitoring and solution tailored to their land. People are concerned about losing shoreline access, hunting areas, and also different culture sites. Scientifically, we map shoreline change, simulate coastal dynamic, and produce coastal hazard map to support adaptation. This slide is overview our data processing up to now. Our work use wave hindcast, bathymetric survey, topographic models, and tidal prediction to simulate nearshore system. This high, as we know, this high resolution of data set help us understand storm impacts, sediment transport, and long-term shoreline change. Tidal prediction were based on Canadian Hydrographic System, observation and prediction. Topographic data was provided by our research lab, ELNAR, and also we extract 51 wave-wash tree wave data set focus on just UMIAC zone. Coastal morphology types in UMIAC it has three main types that we observed. Artificial harbor, as we see in black line, rocky outcrops, blue line, and beach terrace, green line. Artificial harbor zone with breakwater, that they also affect sediment distribution and local hydrodynamic. Rocky coast with intertidal flats made of sand and mud. This section is more stable but less flexible to change. And erosion-prone beach terraces are low gradient and built sandy or alluvial material. This mix shapes sediment dynamic and informs modeling. We also classified the erosion risk in three zones. Low erosion areas remain mostly stable with minimal sediment loss. Moderate erosion areas shows progressive retreat that threaten access to land and traditional loss. And critical retreat areas have experienced rapid and loss, particularly near harbor and infrastructure zone. We also using aerial imagery from 2010 to 2024. We identified the most severe retreat occurred after 2014-15, especially near the harbor and roads. As we see a move from blue line to red line, you can see a clear inland shift to shoreline, where the red island approach roads and houses. Such approximately to infrastructure underline the urgency of monitoring and intervention. These results help us identify priority areas for monitoring and mitigation. This is also an example about sea ice evolution and storm impacts. In late 2018, a major storm disrupted the ice dynamic near UMIAC. On November 6, as we see, this area was ice-free, but on December 21, satellite imagery shows broken compacted sea ice near coast with chaotic flow patterns in Hudson Bay. Such disturbance not only delay full ice formation, but also increase vulnerability to erosion and sediment displacement, especially during transition. Why tracking this process matters? This slide is a reminder of why our work goes beyond science. Arctic coastline are not just physical spaces. They are tied to food, mobility, and identity. When shoreline retreat or sea ice dynamic change, it's not only a physical impacts, it's affect navigation routes, access to hunting, and even the safety of local infrastructure. That's why combining science with local knowledge is essential for meaningful adaptation. To wrap up, I'd like to highlight a few key conclusions from our work. First, Arctic coasts are climate sensitive and socially significant. Second, while this is a science-led project, it stands on the shoulder of years of field experience in Nunavik in Arctic. Third, Inuit knowledge will guide interpretation and validation. Community participation is essential, not optional. Also, and finally, collaborative interdisciplinary approach offer the best chance to producing outcomes that are not only scientifically rigorous, but socially relevant. And before closing, I'd like to thank the organization and individual who made this work possible. Thank you, our research lab, ELNAR, Meopar Company, and University of Quebec, de Rimouski, for supporting this work, and also V.ECOP for hosting this platform to share Arctic science. And it's so important, Nakoramik. Thank you, and merci beaucoup.
Thank you so much for sharing your presentation, and it's always amazing to see that we all believe in communities involvement as part of the success and being able to achieve our goals. I fully agree with what you just mentioned. But now it's time for us to hear about Juliana. If Juliana has fixed a presentation problem.
I guess it is, but let's try again. Okay. Yes, I'm going to share my screen.
So while you're trying to sort this, just for our audience, you'll be the last, the one before the last, and then we'll have the honor to hear about blessing to close this session. Yep.
It's okay, you can see?
Yes. Thank
Okay.
you.
Okay, well, I'm going to present myself again, just to say that I'm Juliana Di Filippo, and I'm a Colombian biologist. I have a master's degree in marine resource management in Mexico, and now I'm based in Italy, and I'm a fellowship, and I'm a research fellow in the Abdus Salam International Center for Theoretical Physics, and in collaboration with the Istituto Nazionale di Oceanografia e Geofisica Sperimentale. I have been working in marine ecology, and also now I'm very interested in the blue economy. And I'm part of the coordinator team or the ECOP in the Colombian node. My research, it's called Reducing the Acoustic Impacts of Whale Watching in Colombia's Pacific Towards a Framework for Sustainable Tourism. The idea of my research is to explore ways to reduce underwater noise from whale watching boats in Colombia's Pacific coast, aiming to support more sustainable and community-based tourism. So now let's start talking about why I'm interested in whale watching in Colombia and why is this important. Whale watching in Colombia is an important economic activity in its primarily focused on humpback whales from the stock G, which migrate annually between July and November from the Antarctic feeding grounds to the coastal waters of Peru, Ecuador, Colombia, Panama, and Costa Rica. Some guidelines and recommendations exist in my country to develop the activity, but they are not mandatory, and in many cases, these rules are ignored. Why is this area relevant? This region is critical for multiple global conservation efforts, where protected areas play a crucial role in biodiversity conservation and opportunities for sustainable activities such as whale watching in marine protected areas. Also, the area is an important marine corridor for many migratory species, such as whales. As you can see in the image, I don't know if you can see my pointer.
Yes.
There is also a high biodiversity and cultural and ethnic diversity in this area, where Afro-Colombians, indigenous communities, mestizo communities, and white communities coexist. Whale watching is a vital economic alternative for coastal communities that replace traditional activities like fishing and wood harvesting. Colombian waters are key breeding and nursing areas for humpback whales, with over the 70% of observed groups consisting of mothers and calves. But also, it's relevant to mention that many communities in this region have low incomes and live in precarious socioeconomic conditions. There is a presence of illegal groups, and some of the drug routes are in this area. And this region suffers for weak institutional presence and support. And lastly, but not least, access to remote areas is very limited and often very difficult. But what is noise in the marine environment? Underwater noise in the ocean, it's originate from both natural and human-made sources. In coastal areas, a significant portion comes from small vessels, such as those that are used for the whale watching activity. Their contribution to marine soundscape remains poorly quantified. Several studies indicate that this noise made for the small vessels can impact cetaceans by interfering with communication, navigation, habitat use, and other vital functions. That's why in Colombia, this activity faces challenges related to ecological knowledge and governance, including weak reinforcement of best practices, also some conflicts between the local communities, lack of the government involvement, and fragmented relationship between the different sectors. Some studies highlight these gaps and the need for more research and holistic approaches. Based on that, the purpose of this study is to use a participatory approach to develop a new science-based framework for for this activity in the Pacific coast of Colombia. The idea of this approach is to involve all local sectors and ensure that their voices are heard. Through different activities, the project aims to address their challenges, improve decision-making, strengthen communication among stakeholders, and enhance the governance in the marine protected area that are present in this region. Some organizations and institutions in Colombia are already working on this topic, and the idea is to begin to start collaborations, because I'm not the only one that is thinking along these lines. This participatory approach contributes to multiple sustainable development goals, including the goal 14. Through the science-based whale watching tourism, this project supports the development of a sustainable blue economy while addressing environmental challenges and governance gaps. It promotes innovative tools for sustainable science-informed whale watching practices, and also reinforce the change in the local communities by reducing inequity, unemployment, and the presence of illegal activities. This project also contributes to closing knowledge gaps about how underwater noise from these small vessels in shallow waters can propagate and affect humpback whales, while generating scientific evidence to inform policies and improve the management of both the species but also the marine protected areas. And to finish, I want to leave some ideas that for me are very important more than my research, and I think is for all the research that is having that is in the whole world having a space right now, and is that to close that this project is not only about reducing the noise produced by these vessels, it's also about supporting local communities and promoting fair inclusivity and sustainable tourism. Also, in areas with high biodiversity and also social challenges, inclusion and equity must guide our actions. That means that listening the local voices, valuing their ancestral knowledge, and moving also all the sectors of the society. For me, collaboration is key, not only at the local level, but also across regions, especially when working with migratory species and marine protected areas. And networks like ECOP create spaces for early career professionals to connect, share knowledge, and contribute to better ocean governance. And although the ECOP Colombia node hasn't been officially launched yet, we've been working for months to build partnership and identify the real challenges in this region. So you will hear more about us very soon. And thank you for your attention, and I'm open to your commentaries and questions.
Juliana, it's a great talk. Thanks for being with us and sharing your contribution. Although we don't have time for questions right now, please feel free to share your thoughts or questions in the chat and we will follow up later. So now let's welcome our last speaker, Dr. Blessing Chaluka. He is a postdoc research fellow at Aarhus University and a fellow of Future Earth Coasts. With a background in coastal management and maritime affairs, he actively contributes to ocean governance and science communication. He will share insights on engaging landlocked countries in the ocean decade. Chaluka, could you share your screen now?
If Julia can unshare a screen, I would like to share my screen.
Juliana, could you stop sharing?
Thank you. Let me proceed to share. Okay. So thank you for having me once again. It is always a pleasure to contribute to the Ocean Decade. As already said, my name is Dr. Blessing Charuka. I'm currently a postdoctoral research fellow with the Future Earth Africa Hub Leadership Center at the Institute for Social and Economic Research at Rhodes University here in South Africa. Yeah, I've already shown you this, trajectory of my movement. Academic ladder as a person from landlocked country. I'll move on. I've added these funny pictures just to remind me of the journey I took, starting in maritime transport rather. And actually, this was my favorite equipment. I always used to work on this radar almost every day. Then I moved on to finally graduate from my bachelor and master's and finally PhD, which is kind of fascinating. It's a good journey actually, but you're always like, oh, what are you doing at the oceans? You're from a landlocked country, and people ask me many questions. What are you gonna do after you finish graduating? I mean, where are you gonna work? then we learn then as you are learning in maritime transport, you discover that ocean science has no boundaries. Though we are landlocked, I mean, anyone can actually contribute. Actually, we have countries which are landlocked, like Ethiopia. They do have vessels that are actually, navigating on the world oceans. So we have approximately 44 countries globally, which are landlocked. And actually, it is fascinating to see that we have quite a number in Europe, where we find a lot of these countries which are landlocked. And based on my knowledge in maritime affairs, when a landlocked country has disadvantages in terms of maritime trade, access to marine technology, or actually contributing in marine research, among other challenges. In Africa, we have approximately 16 countries which are landlocked, including my country, Zimbabwe, and Zambia. You can find them here, but also many here in Central Africa, in West Africa, Mali, Nigeria, Burkina Faso, Chad, among others. But then we recognize that the United Nations Conventions on the Law of the Sea, UNCLOS, and also some, statutes in IMO and the United Nations Ocean Decade, that no one is left behind in the ocean decade. Actually, according to UNCLOS, we all have the right of passage, the right to sail on the high seas, which is quite fantastic, which made me to continue on this journey. Now, since 2021, we have seen the rise of early career ocean professionals, or ECOPs. And if we look on this, image from figure I took from the survey, which was recently done between 2021 and 2024 by the ECOP Africa node under the leadership by that time Anton Da and Gabriel Juma. It is fascinating to see that in Africa we have quite a number of nodes which are structured and already contributing to the ocean decade, including those in West Africa, Liberia, Ghana, Nigeria, among others, including South Africa down in the south, and also Kenya in the east of Africa. So the ocean decade has actually had that momentum and energy to bring on board early career ocean professionals from around the world to contribute to the ocean decade, actually to be involved in ocean science, to be involved in ocean climate innovation, to be involved, in projects on coastal resilience, which is amazing because in the past we used to have a lot of data gaps, particularly in Africa, where we didn't have, reliable data. We didn't have, access to the data. But now we are having all of these ECOPs coming on board, collaborating and networking east, west, north, and south, which is fantastic, which has actually brought Africa on the map. And actually, most of these ECOPs, like my colleague said, people are saying, oh, youth are the future of tomorrow. Actually, ECOPs are leading today. And as we can see today, we are all contributing to the ocean decade, which is on the science policy side of it, which is fantastic. Actually, if we go to the next slide, we find that we say that the ocean decade has contributed more to the capacity building, where we have seen organizations coming on board. We are talking of Mercator Ocean, the GeoBlue Planet, the Gemini Marine Science, the KMD, a lot of organizations coming in to support ECOs, including national governments and research institutes, which is fantastic, which is incredible because we are having youth being able to access technologies and education, which was far beyond their reach. We have seen scholarships of ECOPs from landlocked countries moving into physical oceanography, moving into pharmaceuticals, moving into coastal tourism, moving into many other areas like deep ocean research, and also advanced training, for example, under the International Seabed Authority, which is training a lot of people from the landlocked countries, to bring awareness of how they can contribute, because we have talented people coming from these countries and they are really contributing and doing amazing stuff. And I just took this, this snaps from the survey which was done by my colleagues, the former leaders at the ECOP Africa node, Gabriel Juma and Antonina. And I can say that you can see the percentage of the respondents from nationalities. For example, if you look down there, we have Zimbabwe, we also have, Nigeria, other landlocked countries coming on. We have many people from landlocked countries who are, of course, here they are overshadowed because they are living or studying in maritime nations and contributing, to these surveys. And also on the left here, we see that the percentages of awareness is actually increased. This is an African percentage just between 2021 to 2024, 64%. Previously, prior to 2015, the awareness was little. When I was doing my studies, I was the only one from my country who was doing maritime studies. Now I see a lot of young people coming on board. Which is quite fantastic. We now speak the same language. We now support governments. We now attend high-level meetings, which is incredible. So that we are not left behind. We can have a meeting. Like now, a global event, and we're talking the same language. This is what I'm talking about. So it is incredible that both, if you can look at the sub-regional, classification here, where you see that it's kind of uniformly spread. All ECOPs across Africa actually want to participate. Whether now you can see we have some online audience, we have people on site in Nice, which is good. We have scholarships, China, Africa, scholarships, Africa, Brazil, North-South, South-South collaboration, which is fantastic, which is, bringing everyone on board. Actually, African nations, the youth of today, the early career ocean professionals are actually leading, pushing forward Africa to the next era. And hopefully, with all these ocean climate innovations, we will be able to kind of face new African adaptation pathways, which are focused, which are context specific. Like in my area, I know some colleagues, they've been researching now. I saw some presentations on coastal resilience, shoreline change mapping, which is part of the work I do. I feel like, oh, I'm not alone. We are all contributing to the same, to the same goal, which is also contributing to the objectives of the ocean decade, the 10 decade challenges. So I just, thought I should go to the ocean expert, this director of, ECOPs, professionals globally. And you can see if you go down there in Africa, of course, I didn't have time to go to the website and then zoom in from country to country, but you can see that there is, a trend of the increase, trending of ECOP onboarding to the ocean decade, and their contribution is actually having impact. Like last year, we had over 15 presentations from across the continent in ocean climate innovation, in energy, in ocean pharmaceuticals, in wind farming, shipping. There are, even coastal community resilience. So we are finding that ECOPs have the energy to drive forward, inclusion of the African continent, of all landlocked countries, into the ocean decade, and also ultimately achieving the SDG 2030 agenda. So I feel that the ocean decade is really, had that momentum of bringing everyone on board. That this wave, I think, if we go on like this, we'll be able to achieve more and actually, achieve, of course, not everything, but at least, realizing that we are aware of, like my colleagues say, that when coastal communities are aware, then there is a wave of cultural change, and then that cultural change brings on board responsibility, and that responsibility means, we can change policies. We can actually be able to contribute to the sustainability of our oceans and coastal regions. Okay, and now, but other than all this, what are the benefits for the landlocked countries? We find that the landlocked countries can actually benefit from increased knowledge of the oceans, including deep sea knowledge. I didn't know when I was young that the oceans can contribute to climate change, or whatever happened at the oceans, they have impacts. For example, climate impacts, tsunamis happening. We have seen in Southern Africa, a lot of cyclones like Cyclone Idai, causing havoc and people dying. Now we know that most of these waves, actually, there are waves, most of them are happening from deep sea and then building up, having impacts, on the coasts. That's why I said, I think I'm getting more into environment affairs, ocean, deep sea. Let me go back a little bit into the land sea interactions and understand this. So my work now is more onto climate impact on costs, social, environmental, and social economic impacts, looking at coastal infrastructure resilience, among other research areas. Landlocked countries can contribute also in marine conservation efforts, including freshwater bodies and landlocked territorial seas. They can get access to marine genetic resources for potential medical, industrial, and biotechnological applications. As my colleague from Tanzania has mentioned, countries can actually contribute with human capital needed in all those areas. People are working in those areas of engineering, of IT, and then supporting the maritime industries. The blue economy is broad. I've been briefly during my undergraduate study, I spent some 2 years at sea working in this area of shipping and transport, maritime operations. Then I went into working on actually the shipping industry, understanding the business. And then you find that, this is global. We are all contributing to global trade. The world is now, it's one universe. Then landlocked countries can benefit from employment opportunities. Now we are seeing quite a lot of people working, in maritime nations. Then there's a strengthened diplomatic relations. We are seeing landlocked countries benefiting and collaborating at UN, for us, contributing to the policy side of the ocean management and conservation, which is great. So I think this is what I can say for now. I thank you all for giving the time and contributing to this V.ECOP 2025 again. I miss most of my colleagues who were with us last year, but I see most of them are on site in Nice, which is which is something I'm very happy about. So back to you, Johan and Alan. I could be talking to my, but I love doing this right now. Thank you. Bye.
It was super engaging. We learned a lot. So as the conclusion of our session, could you share one piece of our advice for the young researchers of ocean professionals, Charuka?
I might have a lot of advice, but I think one thing I would say is ECOPs must, embrace the moment. The ocean decade is come to, leave no one behind, as we have all said. And then we have had the early career ocean professionals being taken aboard and given the opportunity to attend these, conferences. So what I can say to early career ocean professionals is to seize the moment and have impact. Not just, go for the conferences, do the innovation, contribute to the community development research projects, have societal impact. This is why we want innovation in the communities to boost community resilience. Remember, the Ocean Decade is all about contributing to the Ocean Decade challenges. So among the 10 decade challenges, you can find an area, a niche where this is where my strength is, and then you can actually contribute. You can actually have impact, and also have impact locally, which is why we are all here, to have local impact, to reduce, vulnerabilities, to create technologies for awareness, Now people are having chatbots, like yesterday we were having all this, how can we use technology, how can we use artificial intelligence, for monitoring, for example, marine pollution. So, I mean, we have a lot of vast opportunities, but we shouldn't be overshadowed by this vastness. We should actually, embrace the moment and have impact. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We truly appreciate your insights.
Yeah, thank you so much. I'm just gonna wrap up quickly. So thank you to our amazing guests for joining us and for sharing the work they do. Thank you, Wani, for moderating this session with me. Thank you to the technical team and everyone behind the screen who have been working really hard. There's a 2-hour break until 3 p.m. and then it will resume with the Ocean Action Panel 8 that will be moderated by the awesome people, Sarah and Tristan. They'll be talking about promoting and supporting all forms of cooperation, especially at the regional and sub-regional level. So again, thank you so much. It was nice to meet you. I wish you all the best in the work you do, and hopefully we'll see each other soon. Thank you.
Thank you. See you soon.